Hello, everybody. This is the Uncanny Omar from Near Mint Condition, the home of collected editions. And welcome to the latest, or I guess our monthly Evergreen stream that we've been doing. I mean, it's been a month then since the last one that I was not a part of because of, unfortunately, some things that happened in my personal life. But I do have wonderful folks here today. And before I go any further, I do need to take some time to thank these wonderful people that took over the channel while I was mourning my dad. It was rough, and it still is rough. It's every day. It's something different. So I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for the people that stepped in and helped out on the channel, Peter and Lars and Jess and Jake. Thank you all so much. Doesn't mean that you get an automatic vote for your shitty choices that you're going to make tonight, but it does mean that I love you all. So thank you all. And so I'm going to let these wonderful people introduce themselves. To my right, it's my partner in crime, the one that's
Crisis with the K,
nightmare,
live from New Zealand today on this beautiful spring afternoon down here. I am the writer of CrushingCrisisWithAK.com, where you can find reading orders to Marvel, DC, and many indie comics. And I am also the co-ringleader of the shenanigans here on the Evergreen show. I'm so happy to be back with some regulars today, as well as some new victims, panelists, who will join us for the great Evergreen debate. I can't wait. I've been once again unwillingly dragged over from Marvel into reading DC, and so I'm ready to be incredibly vicious.
Excellent. And to his right, Luminardi, who are you, buddy? It's been a minute since you've been on one of these streams.
Yeah, last time was the Evergreen Marvel Omnibus, where I went 3 for 3. So I'm here to try and do that once again. I do not collect any absolutes at all. I do love DC Comics, so it's kind of, I guess, somewhat fitting that I'm here. But I am Illuminati _ on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. I do reviews, overviews, top 10s, top 5s, comic book content that you typically see on YouTube.
Just everything except absolutes for the Absolute Evergreen show.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
But I'm here.
And underneath me, always.
Yes. In so many regards, yes.
Every time I look down, there you are.
No, yeah,
it's Lars.
People look down to me all the time. Lars Pearson, publisher and editor-in-chief of Mad Norwegian Press, formerly of Wizard Magazine. And I want everyone to know that, such is our devotion to this show, we nearly had one additional panelist who was streaming in from their car, very darkened in the countryside. Okay, now it's a good reminder, if it needs to be said. Look, if you're on the countryside committing crimes, you're burying bodies in the wind, in the woods. Don't live stream it. Okay, I mean, yeah, just.
But he was. To be fair, he wasn't driving though, so that's good.
That's true. Yeah. It's even more embarrassing if you have a car accident while you're out committing crimes too. It's a bit of a clue. Yeah, it's just common sense, really.
That sounds like murder. Thank you, DJ. That sounds like murder. And thank you for the super sticker, Mr. Tex. That is so kind. Even before we started. All right. First time on an Evergreen stream. Omnibo, what's up, buddy?
Making a note not to live stream crimes. Thanks, Lars.
Good. Yeah.
Do right that now.
Australia.
Yeah.
I am Omnibo from Aussie Verse, apparently the Alice in this wonderful Brady Bunch collection today. Thank you very much for putting me right in the center. I really do appreciate that. I have been separating Omnidog from his wallet since last week, and we have a lot of awesome content on Aussie Verse. And yeah, that's about all you're getting from me right now.
Okay, thank you for that wonderful introduction. And to his right, this man is no stranger to this panel. Jake from the Brave and the Boys. Can I call you man? Or are you still a boy? I can't, the Brave and the Boys.
I'm in training. I'm growing. I'm a little older each day. But I am one half of the Brave and the Boys. Some say the better half. Others say the worst half. But I'm one half. We do a lot of overviews, top 10 lists, all those things. And you'll see me on some other YouTube channels as well. But I love Absolute Editions. They're probably one of the formats I'm most known for. So I am very excited to be a part of this stream. And I'm excited to win.
Excellent. Okay. Making his first appearance on the Evergreen chat is my buddy Bacter, who's had me on the show earlier this year, twice, right? And dude, how are you? I haven't seen you for a second, man.
I'm doing excellent. Thank you so much for having me. Omar is the man. Also, Illuminati is the man. I love everyone's content here, and I'm so excited to be here because I love talking the best medium in all of entertainment, in all of fiction, nonfiction. It's comic books. I love it.
That's what's up. I thought you were gonna say everybody but Omnidog. I've never heard of that guy.
Wait, Omnidog has a YouTube channel?
I forgot Omnidog was here. Omnidog, what's up, man?
How's you guys? My name is Omnidog from Omnidog's Vault. You all suck, but I'm happy to be here for the Evergreen for DC's compact editions. That's what we're doing tonight, right? Best of the compact edition. I always manage to get it wrong. I'm on Omnidog's Vault on YouTube. I have a Discord. I'm on Blue Sky, Instagram, etc. So, yay comics.
Somebody's already Team Omnidog. They haven't even seen your ridiculous Team.
Were his picks actually absolutes this time? Because sometimes his picks make me wonder. You know, were they actually
irredeemable? You better believe it.
Oh, look at that. That's the first time I've seen that. Hashtag Team Jake.
Won't be the last.
That's a rarity.
I've never seen that one. Vertigo was on the table for this one. That's right. The man with all of I'll join Team Om. Where are you guys going?
Right here.
Retirement home?
True.
Play
the
bingo?
home of collected editions right here.
Team Omnidog. Play bingo on Friday night. Go to bed by 7:30.
Cribbage.
Honestly, Omnidog stays up late. I'll text him when I'm going to bed, and he's still up doing things. So,
oh, that's adorable.
He does.
That's adorable.
It is adorable.
All right, Peter, take us away. Tell us the rules. What are we doing tonight?
Well, I think it's time to fire up our ye old presentation so we can tell you about what we're doing and see the beautiful thumbnail, I assume, provided by the wonderful story editor and producer Dom of X. Today, we are talking DC Absolutes. They are some of the biggest, heaviest, murderous weapons of comic books that you can get in collected editions. And today we're going to debate which ones should be evergreen. So let's start out with our definition of evergreen. Even a year into this exercise, some people do not know. So let's take a look at the next slide. Something that is evergreen means it's just a book that is always available in print. The publisher reprints the book as soon as it reaches a low stock level at the distributor. Now, some absolutes kind of sort of are evergreen because they do go back to print on them quite frequently, but none of them are officially evergreen. DC has vowed that they will be evergreen for all eternity, and so that is what we are debating today. And if you don't know what an absolute edition is, I actually want to turn the spotlight over to Jake for a moment, because he was the one who suggested this theme, because Jake has every DC absolute edition. So Jake, why don't you tell us about what we're talking about today? Omar, maybe you could highlight our friend Jake.
I should correct you. I have every absolute edition except one, but that one is being reprinted. So I moved a lot of them here so you guys could see a lot of them. But I'm missing.
What's the one that you don't have?
Transmetropolitan Volume 3, but it is being reprinted next year. And I stare at
I think it was being canceled.
No, I stare at eBay on eBay, and I try to talk my wife into letting me buy it, and she's like, "If you just wait, you'll get it for free when it reprints." So, yes, an absolute edition. It is oversized. The dimensions are a 8.25 by 12 by 5. It comes in a slip case. It has a ribbon, lots of extras. The original Absolute Edition was Absolute Authority, so they were all going to be alliteration names. I believe the second one was Promethea, Perfect Promethea, but then they decided to just name them all Absolutes, and they are just like the definitive way to own a DC collected edition.
Well, they didn't really decide that. The guy that made it got fired, so it was more like,
There we go.
we'll just stay with the
They made
absolute
decision.
name.
Jake, I feel you're a bit like Pharaoh. You know, when you die, you're going to be surrounded by 3 walls of absolutes and then the 4th wall added.
Yes. That is my goal.
Excellent. Well, now that we all know what absolutes are, let's talk about the rules of the debate. Everybody brought 4.
Wait. Mediocre condition. Did Alexander's mom step into the chat? What's going on?
Oh,
I'm on bourbon today, and I don't give a fuck. Let's go.
everybody brought 4. Originally, one of them was a backup pick, but we said throw them all in. Picks are based on everybody's personal criteria. It could be popularity. Omar likes to talk about sales as if that matters the most. Some people prefer quality to sales. Others purely nostalgia, or it could just be that you think it's pretty. We're going to have 3 rounds of discussion. First, we're going to present, trying to keep it pretty brief because there's a lot of us and a lot of books. Then we're going to have our very famous debate round. And then finally, we'll each vote yay or nay, no maybes or I don't knows for what should be the Evergreen books. Only 10 books remain on our final list.
This is a really good question before we get started. What was everybody's first absolute, with the exception of Illuminati, because he hasn't gotten one yet? So
Batman Hush.
Batman Hush. Okay, yeah. Crisis.
I think it might be a spoiler for one of my picks. Actually, no. My first one was Absolute Sandman, Volume
1. Jake, what was your first one?
Mine is kind of a cop-out because I ordered 2 on the same order. So it was Absolute All-Star Superman and Court of Owls.
Okay. And Omnibo, what about you, buddy?
That would have been Absolute Luther Joker.
Oh, probably the worst absolute.
Oh,
I mean, Luthor's cool, but yeah.
Hey, I've told Omar 100 times I don't really read that much DC, and I keep getting invited to DC shows. So this is going to be brutal for me.
Well, you can just have it in your back pocket. Ask Jake how much over cover he paid for half his collection.
And they're all being reprinted.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay. Next, who's underneath Omnibo? Lars.
I'm pretty sure it was Absolute Kingdom Come, because I wasn't entirely sold on the format, but they had it at the library. And so I checked it out of the library, and I was like, "Oh, this is actually."
You never gave it back,
and I never gave it back. Exactly right, you know. And I can't go to the library ever again. No, and I just thought, wow, this is actually worth having. You know, really
that's actually how I got my first Wonder Woman collected edition at age 5. Lars, my mother stole it from the local library. It's a long story.
Oh, that's a testament of love.
Schools and parks that Lars couldn't go near again.
No, yeah, that's true.
Libraries too. So
Yeah.
schools, parks, and libraries.
And
Logan,
and comic book shops. Yeah.
In the chat, Logan, Jake already answered what the first absolute was. It was absolute authority.
Yeah, but to be clear, I can't go to those places because of kleptomania. I mean, not anything worse than that. Yeah.
Nice.
All right. And what about you, Vector? Do you have any absolutes, brother?
I don't currently have any, but Batman Hush was my first one that I ever owned.
Oh, okay. You sold it.
Yeah, it was hard times out here in the streets, and I had to sell some comics, but I need to get some more. I love the format of absolutes. I love them.
That's a good one. That was I think that was my third one. My first one was I just looked it up. It was on my Amazon order. 2006. It was Absolute Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Nice.
Yeah, that was my first one. Because I was much like Lars. I wasn't really sold on it because before that I think they had like Absolute Watchmen, Absolute Authority, and I was like, yeah, this is pretty cool. But when you have oversized George Perez artwork, I was in. So yeah. So only 10 books make our final list. Is that what we're doing here today?
It is.
Oh, is Peter frozen? I can't.
No, I'm deep in the chat, done doing a Crisis lore dump. Yeah, we're only doing 10 for the final list. We could have as many as, what is 8 times 4? 32, but there are at least one repeat. So viewers, You can guess as we go. But shall we dive in, Omar?
Okay. So let me get everybody in order here. Where they need to go. Lars is right after Omnibo, and then Omnidog, then Vector, and then Crisis and myself. Okay. So who's first?
First up today is our Tyler Illuminati talking about his 4 picks.
Go for it, Tyler. Take us away.
The noob is going first. Okay. So first choice I made was, well, I guess I should put the lore behind why I chose these. So all 4 of these were books that I felt were pretty new reader friendly, could stand on their own 2 feet, but also could add something to like knowledge that you already have about the DC universe. So All-Star Superman, super like love letter to like Silver Age comics. You got like villains of the week type of storylines that take place, a lot of touching and emotional scenes, really captures the essence of Superman. So I think if anybody doesn't like Superman, it can turn you into a fan. And then New Frontier, kind of similar story. I think if you want to get into Justice League, this is a great starting point. It's not canon, but you can think it's canon in your own head canon. Shows the passing of the torch from old guard to new guard when it comes to the golden and silver age superheroes becoming pretty much the Justice League. Has a lot of focus on smaller name characters like Green Lantern, Flash, Martian Manhunter. Next up is Batman. This is in canon. I think if anybody gets a absolute, this is the first or second contender that should always come to mind. Jim Lee art just jumps off the page, super cinematic. Every single panel that he illustrates can be turned into a poster that you can hang on your wall because it's just that amazing and bombastic. And there's always like little details when it comes to the settings, character designs, whatever it may be, that will probably kind of jump out even more on the larger format of absolutes. And then last but not least is Absolute Kingdom Come, kind of a Elseworld style of story where we see the DC superheroes in the future after a very similar story to like New Frontier, where there's the passing of the old guard to the new guard, but the new guard is not so great. The new improved superheroes are not great. So the old guard then needs to step in and kind of set them straight. It's, again, very cinematic, painted artwork by Alex Ross. There's biblical elements to it. There's a lot of lessons to learn from all of these stories, really. But I think, again, Alex Ross's art alone is worth the format because it's literally a work of art.
Okay. Well said. Well said. Good picks, by the way.
Yeah,
Thank you.
agree.
Jake,
I was
take it
surprised
away.
what my 4th pick was going to be. I only knew what my first 3 were. Okay, up first. I think everyone's favorite Alex Ross absolute at first is Kingdom Come, and then they dive into the 2 other Alex Ross absolutes. My favorite being Justice League World's Greatest Superheroes, which I bought on accident. I thought I was buying Justice, another absolute, and this arrived instead, and it was a very happy accident. This is going to be bigger than a traditional absolute. It is digest size, like they, because it was like a magazine digest thing. It's basically one-off story. So it's written by Paul Dini. Paul Dini famously wrote the best episodes of Batman the Animated Series and other amazing books, with art by Alex Ross. And they're one-off stories about the most important essences of each hero. So it's a Superman story about how he learns his power. He needs to do, his humanity is also a power. A Batman story where he breaks the cycle of violence. And I think just incredibly powerful moments. Then we have Sandman Overture. Now, I know the easy pick would have been, oh, pick Sandman #1. That's got to be the one that should always be Evergreen. But let's be honest, Absolute, you buy it for the art. And I feel like any of us here, if we could get Sandman redone by J.H. Williams III completely, we would do it. There are moments in this book that truly take advantage of the Absolute format where you're just unfurling page after page after page. It is incredible and by far the best art. And then Day Tripper. Now, Day Tripper is a interesting one because usually with this oversized art, you want something big and bombastic. And this definitely isn't what I would call an action book. It is a book about life and love and loss and growing older and, you know, regret and love and all these different things. It's an intimate story with unbelievable art. And it just makes you feel like a better person when you're done reading. And lastly, New Frontier. I think New Frontier is the perfect DC comic. I think it is perfect for a new reader because it shows you every character in their most base true essence and you just fall in love with them. If you're a longtime reader, every time I read this, I pick out one little detail in the background or one little story moment that I didn't notice before. It is just one man's love letter. He did the art, he did the writing, and it is perfect in this edition. Specifically the new one that has the final story in it. There is an older printing that doesn't have that last story. But I think New Frontier is the perfect DC Absolute.
Okay. Next up is Omnibo. Take it away, representing Australia.
So 2 of mine have already been taken, so I'll see if I can expand a little on them without repeating the same territory. But obviously All-Star Superman, that's a bit of a surprise even to myself because I was never really a Frank Quietly sort of guy. But I think something magical happens when you read a beautiful story. Sorry, Crisis, I know you hate it. But when you read a beautiful story, and it kind of changes your perception on the art of it, and you end up appreciating it more. It's almost like watching a movie for the first time that you don't enjoy, and then you go back years later and you're like, hey, it's actually pretty good. And it even starts with Chip Kid's intro, which is just beautiful. 12 issues that are just, some of them can be read on their own. Going back to Frank Quietly, him drawing Superman flying and those iconic moments with him and Lois on the moon, they're just absolutely beautiful. And the reason why I chose that is because there's probably on one hand the amount of Superman stories that I can read, being a Marvel guy, that really make me feel like I'm better off for reading that story. It makes me appreciate life. And yeah, that's why I chose All-Star Superman. Next up is Day Tripper. Very similar territory with what I just said. Absolutely, pardon the pun, beautiful story that I got told to read, and I bought the trade paperback, read it, and I couldn't believe what the hell I just read. A guy that dies every issue, that really makes you realize that all of your petty crap that you go through in your day-to-day life is just that. It's petty crap, and there is much more important things that you should be appreciating. And to me, if a comic book can make you have such deep thoughts and deep emotional, philosophical questions, then that's like the magic of comics. That's where people don't realize what comics can do to an individual. So well done to Gabriel Barr and Fabio Moon for being able to present such an absolute masterpiece. And I can't wait for that to be reprinted one day because I would love to have the Absolute Edition. Green Lantern, Sinestro Corps War. My 2 favorite DC characters are Superman and Green Lantern. I never read any Green Lantern, but I randomly bought the whole Jeff Johns run, and I read it from start to finish. And when I got to the Sinestro Corps War, holy mother of God, I swear, this was just unfreaking believable. This is a huge, encompassing opera of just beautiful characters. Superboy Prime, I've always had a affinity for. I just love that character. Atrocitus, Parallax, Anti-Monitor. There's just, it's so unbelievable. I was hesitant to put it on the list because at the time it's more of like the grand finale of the story. And I was tossing up between that and Blackest Night. But when I opened the book and I just reread the first couple of pages that has Sinestro's motivations for doing what he does, that just made me go, nah, man, this is the book. This is the Green Lantern book that was just amazing. And the action is just stellar. Absolutely stellar, and it's a book that I can easily reread over and over again. And if they ever did a portrayal of this live action, I would just be speechless, like watching the 3 Spider-Man get together again. It'd be that important. And the last one is Watchmen. I mean, really, do I need to say anything about Watchmen? I'm surprised it's not on pretty much everybody's list, which makes me feel better that I'm the first one to say it. Watchmen is the first comic I ever read that was not Marvel. It is DC, yeah, but to me it wasn't. It was sort of independent. And I really read it just because I thought I had to. But I found myself very, very much loving the book. And especially after watching the movie, I did read it after the movie. I saw how different it was, and I was just blown away by it. And I have maybe about 10 absolutes. I'm more of an omnibus guy, and Watchmen is definitely one of the absolutes that I have.
Right, leave it to Ryan.
Is that sarcastic?
Right. No, Ryan is just notorious for leaving the most ignorant comments.
Wow.
It would be weird if he didn't say things like that.
And Leonard Cohen wrote Hallelujah for that sex scene.
Absolutely right. Yeah.
That was a beautiful sex scene. All right, next up on the list is my buddy Lars.
Oh, hello. So, okay.
Strong picks.
We do what we can. All right. So here's the thing. I feel that I am a somewhat atypical absolute reader in that I am of the heretic view. Bigger is not always better. I mean, it just isn't. Well, so to speak.
You're hanging around the wrong crowd.
I know. Well, no. Yeah, but and so okay. So here with my picks, I emphasize 2 things. Number 1, 2 populist picks that, much like the great Roman Emperor Augustus, I was giving the people what they wanted, and 2 that I think do benefit from. They truly benefit from the absolute format, because what happened was I've read quite a few absolutes at this point because you have to pay more for them. You have to pay a premium, and I've read them, and I'm like, I didn't enjoy them any more than if I just been reading, a normal size comic of them. So Absolute Kingdom Come. I think, that's one that convinced me the absolute format has value. Alex Ross's just tremendous, artwork, blown up to that size. Wonderful. The supplemental material is terrific. It's kind of like it was made for the slipcase format. JLA Avengers, to be honest, is not necessarily my favorite.
It's a little bit of a loophole too.
Is it that? Well, is it? I mean, it was published.
Yeah,
the way I get roasted in the comments, yeah.
It was not an absolute edition. It was just.
It is an unofficial absolute. It's people roast me in the comments all the time, but it's got a.
I don't know where Jake is getting roasted.
I thought it was.
It's not. It's Jake, it was because
Jake's
it was. I'm sorry.
I consider it one, but it's technically under Wikipedia one of the 4 unofficial absolutes. But I think it counts.
Okay, well, but nobody should be quoting Wikipedia, because at any moment I can go in there and edit Wikipedia and make it agree with me.
Yeah, Jake,
I'm okay with it though. I'm good because it's a good pick.
I thought you sent around a catalog of stuff, and it was Jake. Didn't you? Wasn't it in your list?
Well, Jake was following the Wikipedia article.
Okay.
I'll fight anyone. It is an absolute, but they just technically is unofficial.
Okay. Well, I sincerely apologize for that.
What are the other ones? Danger Girl. And what else? Jake, off the top of your head, not Wikipedia. Come on.
Okay. Wasn't one of them the original printing of Green Lantern, Green Arrow, Danger Girl?
Yes. Dead Man one?
I think Dead Man was the 4th one. I think those were the 4.
The Green Lantern, Green Arrow slipcase was not an absolute. Yeah.
Originally.
Yeah.
I don't think World's Finest was either, right? It wasn't called, the original printing wasn't called Absolute World's Finest. I think it was just called World's Finest. The one that Jake had in his list. Anyway, I do like it though. So
well, in a way, I sincerely apologize for that. I guess I just convinced myself that it absolutely counted.
It's not an Evergreen stream until Lars sincerely apologizes.
It's true.
Don't apologize. Own your pick.
I am humble AF. Okay, so
honestly, your feet and own your pick.
Yeah, no, honestly, here's the thing. this isn't necessarily like George Perez's art is
being referenced.
George Perez's art is always tremendous. I'm always, fantastically in love with George Perez's art, and I think it benefits from the absolute format. The story, I have to be honest, the story is not my favorite because I think it's just a little too in love with, oh, look, they're together on the same page. But this is what people want. And I mean, let's face it, if it was announced that this came back into print, everyone would be erect. Everyone. Sorry. Everyone.
Whoa, dude.
Yeah.
What? Just the idea of it being reprinted, I am.
Yeah, everyone, and yeah, exactly. So it is. There's a constant hunger and a constant demand for this. So even though I'm not in love with the story, I put it on there because I thought this is what the masses want. So for me, which ones benefit from the bigger format? And that would be certainly absolute top 10. Gene Ha's art, blown up to this size, is just spellbinding. It's spellbinding. It's engrossing. You will enjoy it and appreciate it on an entirely novel. And there's so much going on. I think on a normal comic size page, it's hard to drink it all in. I've read this one a couple times in the absolute format and always found something new to enjoy in it. So here, bigger definitely is better. And then same thing with Brian Hitch's art. Brian Hitch, by the time he hits Authority, he's in his Imperial phase. And again, seeing it on the bigger page, absolutely riveting. Absolutely riveting. Although I have to, here's the thing, in my zeal, I think the channel's kind of decided that we're not going to penalize people for their bad behavior, but I probably should not have picked a Warren Ellis book going by my own personal standards. So I probably should have put an Absolute Crisis on Infinite Earths instead. But certainly,
wait, why not? Why not though? Like it's not like Warren Ellis worked on that by himself.
Well, I know. I understand, but it is a Warren Ellis book, and that's not other people's criteria, but that is my criteria, so that's my fault. But certainly in terms of the art value, Jesus Christ is just absolutely stunning. And
you're like ripping your own.
Wouldn't the honorable
I am
to vote against it? So Lars, are you saying to be honorable, you're voting against your pick?
What's happening? I in a rational moment. Well, also,
I don't know. I think we're getting an inner look at how Lars thinks, and it's not healthy.
Will
like
any of these
vote against it? I think it is healthy. But I actually, also in my zeal, I didn't think the backups would actually have to be defended. So I should have put Absolute Crisis and Infinite Earth there. But no, in the art value of Brian Hitch's art in this format, truly something to behold.
The Absolute Authority or Brian Hitch's art is what started that movie type of landscape artwork in comics that carried over into the Ultimates. So without the Authority, there wouldn't be that type of artwork that inspired these giant movies, Lars.
Absolutely.
There's something to be said about that. Yeah. Let me get these super chats really quick. Stop the presses. I have the top 10 figured out. leave it to our buddy Harvey Picar's Ghosts. Kevin O'Neill collected DC works, including early backups and unreleased stories. Brayfogle Batman selected works. Oh my God! Wait a minute. Landscape? You're looking for the Immateria collection of Promethea, dude. He's still at it, and he's yelling because Psycho Cleveland always yells.
This isn't the absolutes we want. These are the.
Hey, he said multiversity. That's the first absolute on there that he
selected Frank Wiley DC work, including Flex Mentala, We 3 Multiversity. Okay, dude, let him cook. He's cooking. Omnidog up next. Defend your choices, or do you have any issues like Lars did?
I don't have any issues with Lars. New Frontier. New Frontier, it has been spoken about before. I think it is the late great Darwin Cook's Mona Lisa, his Sistine Chapel. I think it's one of the greatest. It's the greatest thing he ever did. It brings, as Illuminati said, the Justice Society, and then it brings forward, melds it into the Justice League. We're shown heroes that have a bit of sometimes have inner conflicts. We're dealing with racism and McCarthyism at the time, set in the early 50s. It specifically deals with racism in the fact that Hal Jordan calls his assistant pie face, which is a slur, and he turns around and tells him his exact name. Do I look like a pastry to you? and tells him calls him out for using a racist term. So it deals with all the issues at the time, and it's just a brilliant, marvelous work of art. His art is so beautiful, and these picks that I chose, I don't buy absolutes just for the art. I have to like the story too. Otherwise, I'm spending $100 on an art book, and that's just not how I like to do it. I like to be able to enjoy the story too, and this story just
Wait,
has.
Is that a rule for every book you buy, or just
No, for absolutes?
Wait,
Okay.
can I ask, is it the story or the art of Absolute Danger Girl that you love? Because I know you own that. So is it the story or the art that you love in Danger Girl?
That was a gift from someone who's passed away now. So thank you very little for making fun of that. I'm totally kidding. I haven't even read it.
Jess, you're such an asshole. You poor Jake.
I saw that coming.
I didn't care.
So yeah, New Frontier Planetary. This is John Cassidy at peak. John Cassidy when he had all his powers working. The artwork is absolutely gorgeous. The story is one of Ellis's best, along with Authority. They go hand in hand. Best. I love reading them together. He deals with concepts, science fiction-y concepts that are incredibly just almost meta. They're so inventive and so exciting and so interesting. They're a team of kind of science fiction archaeologists that go through. The drummer can figure out information with his drumsticks, and you've got Elijah Snow, and it's just a great team that does amazing things throughout the book. I understand what Lars is saying about the author. I'm not telling you to buy it. I'm just telling you that I own it and like it a lot. I love it. And it's a story and art that look great blown up. The most important book you're going to see tonight is Green Lantern, Green Arrow, Hard Traveling Heroes. This was the beginning of a social conscience in comics back in 1970. And it also marks the beginning, in my opinion, of the Bronze Age. This totally tackles head on things like racism and drug addiction, cults, cult behavior, the environment, and Denny O'Neil's writing is, you have to, at the time, his writing, I think, was really groundbreaking in the stuff he was willing to tackle. Most importantly is you are getting unretouched, unrecolored Neil Adams, Dick Giordano art in its absolute majesty, and you can see why exactly Neil Adams was considered so revolutionary in his artwork, because this is the kind of thing that absolutely needs to be seen in oversized format. It's just brilliant and breathtaking, and I'm sorry that they only got to do 13 issues or whatever it amounted to. It was truly groundbreaking at the time, and I still think it has a lot of benefits for people to read. It's a good lesson in what was going on in the 70s. And I picked Absolute Justice because that is one of my all-time favorite stories. It has brilliant Alex Ross art, which benefits tremendously from the Absolute format. The story, to me is my favorite one of all the Alex Ross books that will be mentioned. And it involves all the infamous DC supervillains coming out with a plan that they are actually benefactors of the planet, and they are going to be helping humanity from now on, not apologizing for their past, but getting all of Earth on their side with promises of and coming out with some solutions to Earth's problems, while every every place they can, they take the JLA off the board. So it looks like there's no response for any problems happening on the Earth at that time. And I found it to be a riveting story that dealt with each character, each character's weakness and strength. And I love the twist of what the DC supervillains are really up to. And I love how the Justice League ends up extricating itself. I don't want to say anything more because that'll spoil it. And I'm trying to talk. How dare you put that up and break my concentration? I'm trying to talk. Peter didn't even know this book existed, and it's one of my all-time favorite books. I found this story by Kruger to be absolutely riveting, and the way he put the supervillains in charge and taking the superheroes off the board, I thought was great. And it's just got great twists at the end that I really love. So that's my Alex Ross pick.
All right. Let me get these super chats before they go away from our buddy Picard, who's still writing his own content. Dark Knight Strikes Again, standalone. What? Like, not even with Dark Knight Returns. And then I collect the DC works of Richard Corbin. I like this, though. Very nice. Collect the DC works of George Perrin. Dude, he's still going. The Judas Contract. This reminds me of the old Omni Bros streams we used to have where you just type away. I love
Nobody's asking for plop in oversized format.
Or, what was the little the little fat guy, Herbie? You remember that one?
Yeah. Herbie Popnecker.
Fourth World by Jack Kirby. Oh, wait. That's an actual one. Cut it, print it. Game over. All right. Thank you for that. Harvey Picards goes. All right. Vector, new to the stream. Let's hear it out, my friend. What do you got here?
Yeah, well, my picks have been said by a number of great panelists so far, but I actually went through my Amazon list real quick and I did an Omar. I realized Absolute New Frontier was the first Absolute I ordered in January of 2008. But I realized why I said Hush, because over the years I have ordered Hush, Absolute Hush 4 times. I don't know why. I've had it sent to multiple houses.
Why have you ordered it 4 times?
I don't remember doing this. I don't have any memory of ordering this, but I guess I must like Hush.
Like me.
I ordered a couple
Like
copies of
Phoenix
Absolute
Saga.
sometimes.
Were you drunk?
Who hasn't done that?
I don't remember, but needless to say, All-Star Superman. I agree with everything that Bo said. This story was, when it came out, like the penultimate Superman story for me. Frank Quitely's art just kind of it actually resonated with me on the stands of the comic book shop. When I saw it, I was like, what is this? This is something that I have to have. And in that Absolute format, like just the colors and everything that Quitely does is just on display. It's just a fantastic series. And like everybody was saying, I'm also a story plus art guy. So those things for me have to mesh. And All-Star Superman, I think, is just a perfect story, the way that Grant Morrison puts it together. And I could have done an all Grant Morrison list. There's a ton of Grant Morrison absolutes that I really love, but All-Star Superman is my #1 favorite. I guess Watchmen, I think it should just have a permanent place on an evergreen list. It's the comic that, people take the most seriously in literature circles and Time's best 100 graphic novels of all time. But another perfect comic for me. It's not my favorite comic, but when people ask me what is the best comic, I think Watchmen always gets my vote. So I had to put Absolute Watchmen on there. And then Batman Black Mirror, I think, is one that is underrated in a lot of places. I don't hear a lot of people talking about it, but it was the one that got me into Scott Snyder and Jock and Francisco Francavilla. Like all of these guys, I had not really been familiar with their work, but it was a revelation to me of these. First of all, Dick Grayson as Batman, because Bruce was traveling through time because comics, and he was a fantastic Batman. I think just the way Scott Snyder wrote Dick Grayson as a detective and the way he was doing things differently than Bruce and holding himself differently, all those things. And it was a two-sided interconnective narrative between what was going on with Dick Grayson's Batman and then James Gordon Jr. So there was a ton of great stuff in the Black Mirror. So I always love that pick.
It always boggles my mind that they never use that image for the collected edition of it anywhere.
Yeah, that Jock, like I said, that was the first time I saw Jock's art, and he's been one of my favorite artists ever since. And then for my backup, I just had to say absolute Why the Last Man, because Brian K. Vaughan is my favorite writer of all time. So if I did not put something Brian K. Vaughan in here, I would not be me. So
period.
That's it.
Yeah.
I like it.
I like that you came with Why the Last Man. I think that's our first one that's been on. I'm surprised no one's picked Batman Black Mirror. I think it's a great choice. It's different, but it's great. So let's see what everybody else has. Next up is the man who is wrong 75% of the time, and that is Crisis.
Let's go. Okay.
Oh my God, Wildcats! Just stop.
So look, to me,
I thought it was a joke pick. I told him to make me a joke slide and put that on there, and he's like, "That's actually one of my picks."
So,
I'm shocked.
Now that it's my turn.
All right.
So I kind of agree with you. I don't buy art books. Like, I don't get the point. We could look at art on a screen blown up even bigger than an art book. Bless, they're beautiful. That's just not for me. But I also like to buy books that I'm going to reread again and again. And we have to admit that, like, the art draws you along. So to me, absolutes are like the pinnacle of all collected editions to me. And I think they have to be a perfect marriage of art and story and rereadable and fun to read, or else they're just going to sit up there on the shelf and you're never going to take them down. So my first one is Planetary. Jess spoke brilliantly about this. This was a book that, while I was not reading comics, I was still reading Planetary. And it almost didn't occur to me that I was reading comics, because it was just, not to say that comics that are literary are more than comics, and comics that are not are less than. But Planetary is just such a huge love letter / dissection / almost all the things wrong with 60 years of superhero comics. And I feel like it is the best work of John Cassaday. It's so brilliant because every issue stands on its own and can be read one at a time, but then there's an incredibly thrilling story throughout. It's incredibly tense. It parodies or satirizes, or at least shows love to so many different genres of comics along the way. And it's a comic and an absolute that I have bought for people that are like comics media fans and not comic fans, and they've loved it. Like, I've never given it to somebody and they're like, "Oh, I didn't really get it." It really always hits. So I think it should be Evergreen. Batman: The Long Halloween. I am frankly embarrassed that no one else has put this on their list yet. I would have never said this as a few months ago, but because we did the Batman Evergreen show, I got bat-pilled and read so much Batman, and I just kept going back and looking through and reading Long Halloween again and again. I had read it originally in the 90s, of course, and I think it's pinnacle of Batman. It's like Year One, but not like stupid like Year One. It's got all the villains, but it's not stupid like Hush. It's like actually a good comic book with good art that doesn't like just kind of pander to like one stupid theme that it hammers over and over again. It's like a big crime mystery. It's an actual good Batman comic book. There's so few. So I really think that Long Halloween, if there's any Batman on the list, it's the most pick-upable, hand-outable Batman. It has a wide range of villains, and it's really just got like a classic quality to it. The next one for me is Death, because people are going to pick Sandman. I think Sandman is one big
No
work.
one has picked Sandman except for
Well,
Jay.
Somebody picked Sandman over Chur, didn't they?
That's a weird pick, but yes, go on.
Yeah, but I think that all of Sandman
weird pick
has to be taken together.
Are you calling Sam Keith not a good artist? Kelly Jones?
Oh boy.
Is this what we're doing right now, Jay?
I just didn't say they were as good as J.H. Williams.
What did Wikipedia tell you to choose? Oh, we haven't even started fighting yet. I'm sorry, Jake.
Let Peter talk.
Peter, go ahead. I'm sorry, Peter.
Talk about Planetary.
Death, you don't need anything for this. It's like a premium streamer show about this woman that is Death. You didn't need to know anything about DC or Sandman or the Endless or anything really. And that's shown up by the fact that Death inspired so many goth looks all through the 90s, and people had this book or one half of this book before it was an absolute and knew these stories and hadn't even read Sandman necessarily. Also, it is Chris Bachalo at his absolute peak as an artist. It's directly before and directly after his run on Generation X. Every page is so gilded with detail, and it's dark, but it's funny. It's dark, but it's about the life and death, which a lot of our picks are. And I think, like, if we're going to pick all these books that are kind of about the qualities of life and death and things like Day Tripper and All-Star Superman, let's go with death itself, absolute death. I just think it's a book that can exist on every shelf. And then finally, Wildcats. Y'all think that I'm taking the piss, but this is one of my favorite comic books. I own every Wildstorm comic ever printed. This, to me, I think Jim Lee's art is better here than it was ever anywhere else, because this is when Jim Lee's art first met digital coloring, and those digital colors were really perfectly remastered for this edition. And guess what, y'all? Brandon Choi was like the secret weapon of early Wildstorm. Him on this, him on early Stormwatch, because they're all the other artists were like writer artists. Brandon Choi didn't get his flowers. This book is fun to read. Of course, it's Jim Lee's plotting, so some of it has some like regurgitated X-Men vibes somehow. But this whole idea of like mutants are descended from angels that were actually space aliens that interbred with the people of Earth over centuries, but the demon versions actually just possess people and they want to hunt the angels down. And what happens if you get a team with people that are a little bit of both? That's iconic. It's one of the coolest comic concepts that there is, and we make fun of it because it's from the 90s. Screw y'all. This is one of the most fun absolutes out there, and it is most certainly the best Jim Lee art out there. And anybody
I'm pretty sure all your choices are from the 90s.
Second to Wildcats.
I'm pretty sure all your choices, with the exception of Planetary, are from the 90s.
That's right, my friend.
98 for Long Halloween, right? And then what was Death, the original Death?
93 and 96.
Yeah. So, yeah, all your choices come from the 90s except for Planetary, which I think is
I will say,
close.
I wanted to pick older books from the pre-80s, but that Green Lantern book is one of the only
there's not many
pre-80s absolutes.
No.
And I'm glad Jeff
didn't want to give Wonder Woman any love. I'm surprised there's no Wonder Woman on this list.
Absolute Wonder Woman ends on the wrong issue. I'm very picky about my maps of Wonder Woman. I don't think it should have ended on issue 14. It's not a complete story. I don't acknowledge it exists.
No
There's
Flashpoint
multiple Wonder Woman absolutes though. What about the New 52 run?
I don't know. Let me go down and check my garbage can and see if it's in there.
All right. We're not hating on people's choices yet, are we?
I've already.
Of course we are. I mean,
no, we have to see yours first, Omar.
That's true.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'm really, 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 really disappointed that Peter did not have Wonder Woman by George Perez, because I did not put it on my list because I really thought Peter would put Wonder Woman by George Perez on his list. And damn it, now I would have taken one of mine. But I'm surprised a lot of people went with Day Tripper. I'm glad that it's there. It means a lot to me, more so now after losing my own father, how a story like this can affect you. Sandman, I went with the original because it definitely needs to be an Evergreen. I love the oversized artwork. I'm not a hater of the new colors because the new colors are really subtle. They're not in your face. And I went with Crisis on Infinite. I'm surprised no one picked Crisis on Infinite Earths.
I nearly did.
That's nearly did. An omnibus though, because the tie-ins are so relevant. I think
there is no omnibus.
Oh no!
I thought you said Infinite.
Oh, a Red Sky.
No, totally disagree. Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, okay. Wow, everybody jumped on Jake. Poor Jake.
You come for the thing, you better not miss.
You don't need to read anything else besides Crisis on Infinite Earths to enjoy it.
I thought you said Infinite Crisis. That's what I thought you said.
No, that's okay. And then I went with Batman Year One because it is a classic, and I actually love David Mazzucchelli. It might be a base choice, but oh my god, that artwork is amazing.
That was actually my number 4.
It is a freaking, like, I knew people would pick Batman. I didn't know who would go. I really thought Long Halloween would be chosen a lot more than it was just one time, right? Only one of you went with that. It's going to be tough.
Who picked it?
My buddy Peter, I think, right?
Oh, yeah.
Peter. But I really like that Black Mirror choice too, because it is two different Batmans. You got Bruce Wayne Batman, and you've got Dick Grayson Batman. Oh, this is gonna be hard. I am very happy with everybody's choices except for one of you.
So my question though is, Omar, if you were gonna read Batman Year One tonight, are you grabbing the Absolute or your Artist Edition? How are you reading it now?
Well, you don't read the Artist Edition. There's no.
It has the words. You can read it.
But it's missing pages, Jake.
Yeah.
I thought it has the full story.
I don't think it does.
No, not all 4 issues.
No.
Jake,
Really?
you don't even read comics.
Yeah, I thought it had the whole story.
You remind me of my younger brother who would skip the narration boxes and tell me, "Oh no, it's
one time." I admit I skipped backup issues, and no one ever lets me forget it.
You also skipped an entire volume one time. Don't forget that.
Okay, I went back and read it. I just
and you're getting your info from Wikipedia. So
yeah,
that's more reliable than getting the info from Jess.
Oh, you think so? Just keep spending that extra money that you will wish you had in 10 years on all those out of print supposedly books.
The artist editions, I think, are also predicated on what original art they can find for the high quality scans they need. If there's pages if they just can't locate those pages, then they probably leave them out.
I love that.
There two different kinds. There's the kind that are the picky choosy ones, and then there are the kinds where they're like, we got every page. I thought they were branded slightly different.
Yeah, I think you're right, but there's not that many that have every page.
I'm pretty sure Batman Year One has every page. Can we get a Google search?
Well, I know that I know somebody that owns the original art for 2 of my favorite Crisis on Infinite Earths comic. I would love to see the artist edition of Crisis on Infinite Earths, and he owns issues 7 and 8, every single page.
Every page of art is accounted for in Batman Artist Year One.
I stand corrected. Yeah, no, I stand corrected. Jake's right.
Wow.
It is all there. Yeah, it is all there.
That's the way you read. I would go Absolute. I like the colors.
Which
Absolute Batman 3 Jokers does not get the love I think it deserves, but it is one which started me on the road to collecting absolutes in comics. Just love it and recommend highly. I think that is something to keep in mind when thinking about Evergreen absolutes. It's like, what is going to get somebody hooked to keep getting these editions, right?
Yeah,
because we all, I think all of us but 2 came at absolute editions from different angles. Like, I think Jake bought 2 immediately, but everybody else that got their first one, they were hooked enough to go and get more. So Peter, what are we doing now, buddy?
I think we go back through and we let everybody.
The original colors.
The choices.
The original colors, man. I love the original colors. I'm sorry. Go back to.
Let's go back to the top of the Luminardi and start out talking about what we think about his picks.
Oh my gosh! I have a funny story to share before I go to the next slide. My daughter comes home and tells me a story. My oldest daughter, she's in high school, and she's like, one of my teachers got suspended today because he was sharing his computer and it had pornography on it. And and the teacher,
pornography, was it Watchmen?
No. Hold on. The teacher destroyed his laptop. Like, he was like so embarrassed. Like, he unplugged it and destroyed the laptop. Like, if you're in IT, you know that's not doing anything.
Like, oh my god,
we got you.
I'm in big trouble then if that doesn't get rid of the evidence.
So we are starting with Tyler, and now we get to roast him. How does this work? I can't remember.
Yeah, are we doing multiple rounds where you pick the ones out of like people's lineups, and then we do like another circle bout, or no?
Well, I'll start since Omar doesn't remember all the rules of the show.
I've been drinking, and it's been
you've been drinking. You're in your cups. So, look, am I excited about this? I'm excited about New Frontier. I think everything everybody said about New Frontier is correct. You know, I'm infamous for not really liking alternate reality or whatever stories, but New Frontier just has. What is that word? So macron? Like, it has the feeling of something that could fit into continuity if you desired it to fit into continuity at a certain point of the DC universe. And it's such a love letter to each one of these characters generationally, and it's just so stylish. It's so fully formed. I think if the entire absolute inventory of the Earth was nuclear bombed from space and we could only keep one absolute of one book, it might have to be New Frontier. It's just not my it's not my personal pick. I like it in paperback because to me it's kind of thick, but it's a fantastic book.
But we're not voting for things right now, right?
No. We're just talking about what we love and we don't love. Hush. Here's what I'll say. I read Hush pretty soon after I came back to comics because everybody was talking about Hush and Jim Lee. I'm a huge Jim Lee fan. Jim Lee doing Batman. I missed that whole era because I was away, like not reading comic books. I read it and I was excited, and then I recently tried to reread it, and I couldn't make it like 2 issues into it. It's just very it's very Jeff Loeb, right?
Peter, you couldn't make it 2 issues into Hush, but you made it.
Well, Jim Lee's art's not what it was.
Brandon Joyce Wildcats.
I don't really rate the story of Hush very high after reading it one time. I think it's a very good one-time read. That's why you should buy a compact version of it. I do not think you need an absolute version. It's not the best Jim Lee art. It's not the best Batman story. It's just kind of there.
So do you think the animated movies?
It's for trade paperbacks, so they're going to get dog-eared. It's for animated movies. I just don't think it's like absolute quality, in my own opinion.
That's the truth. The best Hush stories aren't even written by Jeff Loeb.
The best stories aren't even written by Jeff Loeb.
Yeah, but
did you pick a Jeff Loeb book? Isn't there a Jeff Loeb book on your list?
No, he picked the Brandon Choi book, which I'm still.
No, I have a Jeff Loeb book. And then I don't like All Star Superman. I do like Kingdom Come, but my stronger feelings are about New Frontier and Hush.
Interesting. Okay. I really like New Frontier, but I also agree with what Peter says. It's not for everybody. I think it's definitely for people that you almost have to have a nostalgia for it, right? And not even have to have lived through the Silver Age to appreciate it. And I'm sure there is a word for that, for nostalgia for a time that you weren't even alive for. And I think, Jake, you're the youngest person here, right? Like you're a Vector, like
yeah. I'm probably the youngest. I think I'm younger than Tyler, right? I'm 27.
Yeah, I'm 30.
Okay. And Vector, he just looks young. I don't know.
I'm 42.
Look, I made it 2 issues.
I
couldn't get past 2 issues of Silver Age Superman, and I adored every page of New Frontier. It is.
That's called a hipster. No, it's not.
I agree with Jake. I haven't really read any Golden or Silver Age, but Darwin Cook has a way of making you care about every character.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Like I said, I understand it's not for everybody. My wife does not like this story at all. Yeah. I think it's, oh my gosh. When he jumps inside of that dinosaur's mouth, and that's not even a spoiler, that is one of the most badass moments in any comic I've ever read. Like, that's the way I want to go. Knife in hand going into a T-Rex's mouth. That's so manly. Love it.
So yeah, sorry.
Well, Jake, you share one pick with this list. How do you feel about the other picks?
So I think part of it is like, as a team, how many slots do we have for Alex Ross? Because any Alex Ross book deserves the absolute treatment. I think Kingdom Come is the most like famous of the bunch. And I think that for a lot, it was my first Alex Ross absolute before I even knew the other books existed. And it's such an awesome story. But I also feel like, I don't know if there's room on our list of 10 for all 3 absolute picks. So I'm okay with Kingdom Come in addition, but I do think that like of the 3 Alex Ross absolutes, like I think Justice might be the better story. And I think that I feel more hope and inspiration reading Justice League World's Greatest Superheroes, and it covers more characters. And I think I like the individual paintings more in Justice League World's Greatest Superheroes. Hush and Long Halloween, I didn't even think about picking either because I knew somebody else would. I think Hush is, I think of the 2, I would pick Long Halloween over Hush as the story. My favorite one is Dark Victory, but it's weird to say make number 2 Evergreen and not number 1. So I don't know if I could vote for Hush. And All-Star Superman, there are so many other good Superman absolutes, and I wish I would have picked one because I knew everyone else was going All-Star, but the Jeff Johns one or For All Seasons, I feel like might be better, but I get why a lot of people pick All-Star Superman.
I think All-Star Superman is very important. And I think I agree with what Tyler said. I think it's one that's all said and done, right?
Yep.
You read beginning. I think I will say out of every Superman comic I've ever read, it has the best recap of his origin I've ever seen.
Oh yeah,
in 2 pages.
It's like 1 page. Yeah.
Like, well, it's like 1.5. Like, and that's it. Because we all know the story of Superman. We don't need to be told everything over and over again. And I think that's wonderful. That works for this. Yeah, I'm okay with that pick. Kingdom Come is I love that book. I love that book. That's a tough one because I don't know if I don't know. This is a tough one. I think he picked some good choices, honestly. Because to me, an evergreen of an absolute means some people that are buying these aren't for people that are like new to comics, right? I can't see anybody new to comics going, man, I really like this movie. I got $125 in my pocket. I feel like I need to buy one book. What's it going to be? I feel like this is more for people I really do feel like this is for people that have already collected editions and know what trades are and want to upgrade. That's kind of my mentality where I'm going from, like where I'm coming from for absolute editions. So I really like Tyler's choices. I don't agree with the best stories, but I think they're solid choices. If you're spending $125, you're doing it wrong, Omar. That's right. Don't forget.
What about you? You share one pick with us.
Don't forget cheapgraphicnovels.com. Well, you can't help it though if you live overseas.
I was going to say $125 is actually a great price. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Peter and Omnibo can tell you all about that, and then we can go on.
Yeah, mate, that's cheap.
Yeah, and then we can talk about healthcare. Anyway, I think these are solid choices. Omnibo, what do you think of this list?
So I like what Jake said about the Alex Ross not being able to have so many in the top 10. And I do agree that Justice is probably better pick over Absolute Kingdom Come. Similar to what you said as well, I don't see somebody picking that up as a first-time read. I think that's for people that are more established. Hush, I really enjoy Hush, but I'm a snob with my completist stories, and that's why I buy omnibuses. And the Hush omnibus has a hell of a lot more than in that Absolute. So I'd always be going over that than the Absolute. New Frontier. Look, to be honest, I only read it once, and it was long ago, and I didn't dig it. I really should reread it now as a more mature adult and see what my opinion is. But back then, didn't dig it at all. And All-Star Superman, I picked that. So, yeah, I'm all for that one.
Okay. Lars, you haven't spoken much at all. And I feel like you're a man of many.
Well, that's because I'm just such a tangled mass of contradictions here. I mean,
only to yourself though. You were.
It's
really
true. It's true. I'm just Ouroboros, the snake that eats itself. Okay, so here's the thing.
I'd pay to see that.
I am certainly. Well, I picked Kingdom Come, so I'm okay with actually being at least 2 Alex Ross picks in the final 10 because I just think Alex Ross's work is it scales up wonderfully. It just does. And I'm glad Jess picked Justice because I think Justice is tremendous. If we were trying to whittle down Alex Ross, I would go for Kingdom Come and Justice. I would probably leave out World's Greatest Heroes purely because although it's perfectly fine, to me it's never been something special in the way that Kingdom Come is, in the way that Justice is. So I would probably one that I would spike.
So you're wrong.
Yeah, well, I mean, we all know that, Cool. Yeah, I think that's the thing is that this is a very solid list. I just feel like some of it's being supplanted by other stuff. Batman, Hush.
Yeah, how much Batman can we have on our top 10?
I don't know how many Batman picks we have to whittle down exactly. I wasn't exactly counting. I would certainly Long Halloween. I'm glad Peter picked Long Halloween. That again is something magical. And in the Absolute form, I'm gnashing my teeth that I don't own a copy of Absolute Long Halloween. It's astonishing that DC hasn't reprinted that one in a while.
I think the Haunted Night just got solicited, so it might come around again soon. You're welcome, because I paid egregious monies for those 3.
Well, you'd think it'd be an excuse to print money. No, I Absolute Long Halloween. I wish I owned a copy. So I would probably prioritize that over Hush. I'm in the camp that I think Darwin Cook's a better artist than a writer. It's not that like, well, New Frontier. No, like that sounds like I'm slagging on.
Okay,
New
Chad,
Frontier,
attack him.
well, no. New Frontier. The story's fine. It doesn't do anything for me. And this is the artwork is compelling. People love it. I could probably vote for this because again, it's a populist choice. The story doesn't really do anything for me. It's a story so bland. Cook in interviews said that he was a bit surprised that nobody quite realized that the Squiddy monster was a metaphor for communism. And it's like, maybe that's because you see that it's like maybe that's because you in no way telegraphed in the story that it was a metaphor. So I don't know. New Frontier, I read it and I was like, okay, that's good. I don't need to own a copy ever again, but sure, it's very good. But people love it.
Lars, you remind me of my wife when I take her to the movie theaters, and she's like, "That was a good movie. I never want to see it again." And I'm like, "What the hell kind of like review is that?" I don't know what to do with that. It was a good movie. I never want to see it again.
Well, you're right. That was a bit harsh to say. Yeah. There's room in life for things that are solid B, but now we're down to the evergreen picks. Okay, All-Star Superman. I love All-Star Superman. I think the art is compelling. I think the writing is super. I think everything about it is great. It's interesting how it's kind of been sifted out as kind of one of the iconic Superman stories that are going to keep pushing. I don't think it benefits from the absolute format because weirdly, I bought this one recently and I read it and I thought you start to realize how much kind of dead space there is in there. And I read it and I was like, I'm happy with the graphic novel. I don't need this in absolute format. I don't think it benefits from scaling up. The story's great. The art's great. I don't think it benefits from scaling up. So I'd be content with the graphic novel. Yeah.
I agree with Melanie on movies.
That's incorrect. I took just the right amount of acid. So yeah,
I do love that take. What about you, Jess? I know you love a lot of these stories on here. Like I think this is. I think this list is made for you, Jess. You would have picked these. These are your backups.
Well, I did pick Justice over Kingdom Come because as much as I love Alex Ross, I genuinely liked the story. As much as I love Kingdom Come, I like Justice better. So that's why I picked that.
You like Justice's story better?
I like the writing of Justice better. Well, yeah, Justice is one of my all-time favorite books. I love Mark Waid's writing on Kingdom Come. My pick was, I didn't feel like I could pick all three Alex Ross books, so I picked my favorite one, and that was Justice. All-Star Superman.
I love that everybody forgets about Doug Braithwaite, by the way, like who was the artist on Justice. Nobody ever gives him credit. They're like, "Oh, it's Alex Ross."
Without Doug, Alex would have been a lot slower. It's true. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can I say a controversial thing about these 4 picks? I feel like I'm looking at DC's year one plan for Compact Comics.
You just went ahead and started saying.
It's okay. Doesn't this just look like DC's picks for their first round of Compact Comics? Like some of these,
are you calling Tyler mid?
No, I'm calling him basic.
I mean, they were chosen for a reason. They were chosen because they're strong stories and new reader friendly. So I
mean, I think I have
the safest picks here I've ever seen.
Jake, you had your shot. No, just go back. All-Star Superman. I think I almost picked this myself. I think it does benefit from the oversized format because I think where Quietly really shines is in his Clark Kent. He makes him such a believable bumbling oaf that you would never think that he was Superman. He's tripping over himself. He's got him slouching. I think Quietly did a great job with that. I love the story. I love the art in both of these things. I love the colors. I'm fine if this is a pick. I already picked New Frontier, so we know I like that. Batman Hush, that was my first absolute. I love the story. I get what people are saying about it's just what Bo was saying about maybe the omnibus makes a more thorough reading experience. Although I think you can take some of that omnibus and cut about a quarter of it and just rip the pages out. They're so bad. Not the Paul Dini stuff. Okay. It's my first absolute. I go back to it every year to read it. I still love the story. I'm okay with this pick. I really like the story and the art. So there you go.
All right. What about you, Bacter? Like, I know you don't. You sold a lot of your absolutes. What do you think of these picks?
These are all, like, to me, foundational picks. These are like solid. You can't go wrong with these. If I hand these books to someone, these could be, like Tyler said, the first one. Like, oh, here's your first Superman book. Like, if somebody asked me, hey, what is the essence? What's the core of Superman? I would hand them All-Star Superman. New Frontier, very, like you said, a tribute to the Silver Age. Hush is like that big budget action film, Batman movie. I really love Jim Lee's art on there. And my wife, one year, actually, when we first started dating, she asked me, what's your favorite Batman costume? And I said Hush. And then she got me a cake, and it was the Hush costume. And I don't know why I've purchased it 4 times, and apparently I've sold it 4 times. I don't know why I keep buying this book and selling it. But
Jake.
Yeah,
I do not.
Maybe you sold it to Jake at one.
Did you sell it to him as justice?
Are you buying? The twist would be you're buying and selling to yourself.
Oh,
it's just,
man.
it's just the same copy.
That would be great. And then Kingdom Come, yeah, that was, I think that might have been my first Alex Ross comic that I ever read. But all these, to me, they fit the mold of giving it to somebody and saying, and I think that's why they, like Tyler said, also why they work in the compact as well as the absolute format, because these are the ones that I think you're not gonna turn somebody off necessarily with these ones. Although I saw somebody in the comics said one of the picks made him quit reading comics, so maybe you can turn people off. But for me, all of these are solid choices. They're all solid.
What was the one that made him read comics?
I forgot. Now I was the comments were coming so fast. I was like, wait a minute. Somebody said it made him quit comics. They stopped reading comics.
Well, what's he doing back?
What book it was.
I know they didn't.
Come back.
Maybe watching Omnidog's Vault brought him back to comics.
Yeah, there we go.
Omnidog's Vault.
There we go.
Yeah, Omnidog's Vault brought me back to comics too.
Nice.
Oh,
yeah, these are all solid.
Talking. All right,
Illuminati solid.
Now the person with the most important thoughts here.
I
already spoke.
Everybody
look at all these self-important people. Peter, wait, no, Peter, you already
started it off.
I was first.
I like these picks. They're strong.
I
don't care if they're mid, but if I was working for DC, fuck yes, I would make every one of these absolute. Yes.
Omar's just gonna
also,
go.
It's the best comic ever. Omar, I do not agree with that statement. Go home, Omar. I am. Wait a minute, Bacter.
Isn't that Bacter?
It is Bacter. And I am home. You damn lucky I'm home. All right.
Why we don't broadcast from cars so we can get nice and drunk while we do the show.
All right, Jake.
Okay.
Jake.
He already spoke. And now we attack him.
Yeah. All right. Well,
I want you to look this panel
Peter,
in the face. That
how do you want to do this, Peter?
Well, I guess I'll just keep going first. So we have somebody.
Look him in the eyes and tell him you don't like this absolute pick.
So I thought long and hard about putting Sandman Overture on my list. I picked that up in singles when it came out. I have it in deluxe edition. I'm a huge J.H. Williams fan. I love Sandman.
Me too.
It's so weird. It's almost like a magic spell. Like it's like Zatanna casting a spell, because it like works backwards and forwards, and you can read it at the end of Sandman or at the beginning of Sandman. It's fascinating. I don't know if I'm ready to say I'm coming out for it or against it. In a way, it does stand in for the rest of Sandman in a sort of microcosm, because Gaiman really does a good job of pulling in so many themes, and in a way, it makes no frigging sense if you don't know anything about Sandman, because it's like explaining the helmet and all the things that Sandman like had and didn't have when Sandman starts. It's a strange puzzle. It's hard to pick it over other Sandman choices, but because the art is so remarkable and because absolutes are an art showcase, in some ways it's easy to pick. I don't know. I'm very torn. I'm going to be very swayed by what other people say. I also have an
Sandman Overture that makes it unique. One thing that makes the absolute unique about Overture specifically.
No, wait. Jake already had his turn.
Yeah, we on the defending part.
Yeah.
So I believe what Jake may have been alluding to that he forgot to say in his 30-second pitch, 3 minutes if you're Omni Dog, is that Sandman Overture.
What the hell are you talking about? Oh my god! Why do I have to go
alone? He has an AARP card. He can go.
You have one, Omar.
No, I've been offered one. I refuse.
He has not redeemed the offer yet. Jake, I believe what you were alluding to is that it has it both in color and black and white.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it has the fold out. It has fold out pages. It has it in color, black and white. It's a pretty remarkable edition, and I do like that. I think it's the same reason. The one positive thing I'll say for Batman Year One Absolute is that it like has 2 versions and 2 books. Like I like when absolutes are sort of like a curio. Like there's something special or unique or weird about them. I think that really counts in their favor. I've already talked about New Frontier. Day Tripper, I guess it's Day Tripper. It's an all-time classic. There's a reason so many people picked it. I just don't know if it needs an ad. A lot of these books, for me, I'm like, a deluxe is fine. I don't know if we, to me, this list of 10 is like, what if DC said, we're not doing any more absolutes. The format is over. We're only going to keep these 10 in print. I would be totally fine with Day Tripper just being a deluxe and not being an absolute. That's just where I am on Day Tripper.
Agreed.
Nothing against the story or the art.
Oh, no. Wait a second now. Are you saying Gabriel Ba and Fabio Moon's work is not worthy of oversized format? Because I beg to
I don't.
Sounds like what he's saying.
I personally am not a fan of them, but I would also say that
you're not a fan of them. Okay,
I don't dislike them.
I also don't know if are you a fan of like Mike Mignola, like that contrast artwork, black and white?
Yeah, but at a very specific time and place. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Peter, I don't think I've disagreed with you so hard outside of like your shitty take on X-Men comics.
No, it's not a quality commentary about the art or my dislike of the style or anything. I just think as a reading experience, I don't know that Day Tripper gets anything from like being that much bigger and more unwieldy. Like I think
you can say the same thing about any of these books though, right?
No, I would not say the same thing about
No.
I think I would look at New Frontier projected on my wall. I think Justice League.
I would feel the same way about Gabriel Ba and Fabio Moon's work,
which is one perspective about the Day Tripper.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think the book design is nicer than the internal pages.
I
thought that.
I will say that I bought this absolute after watching Omar's video on his favorite absolutes. So maybe this
way to get brownie points in.
Yeah, what a kiss ass.
I think Justice League World's Greatest Superheroes, though, I will say I'm not a big. I love Alex Ross. I mean, I was around when Marvel's came out. I love his current covers of Fantastic Four. I think he's renders things beautifully. I don't feel the need to like super adulate every single Alex Ross thing and like elevate it to like we've got to have this and just because it's painted. I feel like it's a little like borderline obnoxious. Like normal comic art isn't cool enough. We need these like hyper realistic painted from life models art. That's like the only way. Like let's only allow comics by Alex Ross, Adi Granov, and Greg Land, right? But I do think that there is something pretty special about the material in Justice League World Greatest Heroes. And I originally was thinking I did want to pick like a Superman book, a Batman book, a Wonder Woman book, and a Justice League book. And when I was in that mindset, I was torn between New Frontier and Justice League World's Greatest Superheroes. And so I think overall, Jake's got strong picks. I love Day Tripper. I own it. I will not be voting for it as an absolute.
All right. I don't. Peter just jumped in, so I think it's Illuminati. What do you think of Jake's picks?
I So obviously New Frontier I agree with because it's one of my picks. I think it is perfect for the absolute format when it comes to story and art. It's easily a masterpiece when it comes to DC Comics. I do think something Sandman from these lists should make it onto the top 10. Do I know if it should be Overture or the volume 1 that's chosen? I don't know. I would say Overture because Jake has tried to sell me on this book probably 3 or 4 times at this point.
Has he tried to sell you his copy?
Oh, no. Just I think he has stock on this specific Absolute or something, because every time I do a live stream, he pulls it out and he's showing me all the spread pages.
We need to be clear. Things get clipped.
What? Anyway, so I would be okay with New Frontier and Sandman Overture. I do agree about Day Tripper that Peter said. I think it's a super strong story, but do I think it gains anything in absolute format? No, I think it's I don't know. When I think of a absolute book, I just think like you need to have a story and art that's just like firing out of all cylinders. And it's not a jab at the creative team. It's just not what I think of when I think of absolute formats. So I wouldn't be voting for that. And then World's Greatest Superheroes. I actually really do like that pick. I do think it has some incredible panels and stories. Again, panels that you could turn into a poster and hang up on your wall. But I just feel like Kingdom Come is a stronger story, a stronger pick when it comes to like the total package.
Just need to remind everybody of Luminarity's picks.
Oh, I wonder why.
Go on, Illuminati.
Wait, and then I'm getting to Justice too. Justice, I also think when it comes to like the internal arts, even though obviously we know it's not fully Alex Ross, but I think it just has stronger panels and I enjoy that story more than the stories that are collected in this. But so I probably wouldn't be voting for that only because of the inclusion of other Alex Ross involved titles on the list. But so 2 out of 4, but 2 of them I would nix if it was me.
All right. Omnibo, thoughts?
No, yes, and no. The reason why is because, first of all, don't listen to the fake Australian about his opinion on Day Tripper.
Oh, fake Australian! Yes! That's what I'm here for.
Completely incorrect.
Australian down there.
I'm sorry, was I supposed to say "nar" when I said that I didn't like it?
Peter, I had been dying to meet you for a very long time. We've discussed this over Instagram or Facebook or whatever, and I've been trying to get you on Aussieverse for a while now. I rescind that invitation after your opinions.
I'm getting preemptively canceled from other shows now.
Yeah, why is he on my show? I'm going to cancel him too.
You can't come on my show and work for free. No.
Justice League World's Greatest Superheroes. I did say earlier that I'm a Marvel guy and there's only a select bit of DC that I read. Now, I'm getting confused now with the story of Justice or World's Greatest Superheroes. Which one have I read? I don't know. I thought it was Justice, but now I'm thinking maybe it's World's Greatest Superheroes. So I probably shouldn't give an opinion.
Superheroes is like an anthology almost. It's
like focusing on one.
They were the one that were in magazine size, right?
Yeah. Superman story, a Batman story, like that.
So I'm sure I've read them both. I just don't remember World's Greatest Superheroes. So I can't really have an opinion on that because that would just be, for the top 10, it's not fair that I give an opinion on that when I don't really remember it. Sandman, man, I know plenty of people that don't like Sandman, believe it or not. So for a top 10, there's a lot of them out there. I've got all the omnibuses and I really enjoyed it, but there is that 5% of the story where I had to it was a bit of a chore, and I'm like, oh, okay, he's with Caesar now. Okay, get to the next part, and I'm sorry, but that might show that I'm of this comic book clique or whatever, but there are people out there that don't dig Sandman. It's great, don't get me wrong, but top 10 omnibus, I don't know, man. I don't even know what Sandman Overture is. I've never read the Overture. So probably, again, I don't know if I should be giving an opinion on that one specifically. Day Tripper, hells to the mother effing yes. That should definitely be on there. I'll fight that until the cows come home. And I already gave my opinion on the last one, Infinite Frontier. So, New Frontier. So, yeah, I really need to read that again.
All right, Lars, if you can keep your erection to yourself. What do you think about these choices?
Well, yeah. Well, again, this is proven to be odd because like these choices have got a lot going for them. But then there's some glitches as to whether they should be Evergreen absolutes. So I think Peter put it very well when he said, is this good enough for a deluxe edition? And for me, Day Tripper, I think it's fine as a deluxe edition. Day Tripper has an interesting history with me because my book club independently chose Day Tripper. They want, and like you'd think that the comic book suggestion would come from me. It came from someone else. They wanted to read Day Tripper, and it was excellent. But like, I was shocked that the book club I'd been in for years, we had to stop and explain to people how to read comic books because there were people in the group who like, I don't know how to read this thing, and we were like, well, you start at top left and you do this. And like, they found themselves like reading the word balloons only, and it's like, we had to train them to like kind of read the balloons and the art. So I just think, no, Day Tripper is a wonderful story. Everyone enjoyed it. The group loved it. I think it's fine as a deluxe edition. Overture, the thing is, J.H. Williams' art is tremendous. It's quite the experience. I don't know how much in this we're rating accessibility. And
can we just read in the comments as well how many people are saying that Sandman isn't for them?
Well, no, this isn't about Sandman. This is about Overture. I think that Overture is a very bad place to start. Very, very bad. I would never give this to someone as their first Sandman book. I think Sandman Volume 1 makes way more sense. Frankly, I think Sandman: A Season of Mists would even make a lot more sense because even that's a very beloved story and tremendous art, and it's more accessible than it isn't. Again, world's greatest superheroes. I don't mean to suggest that like, yeah, it's very good. It's very, very good. Is it top 10 of all time for me? No, I think that Kingdom Come is more phenomenal at world building, and Justice is much better at character work. So if we have to spike when I spike this one. So I think all of these have they're great stories. If people read them, they wouldn't be denied, but they've got those issues. Yeah.
Okay. Omni Dog.
Well, at the risk of being banned from the continent of Australia, I agree with the New Zealander and Lars. And maybe Illuminati said it too. As a matter of fact, I just read my deluxe of Day Tripper yesterday, and as much as I love the story, I don't feel like it has to be oversized. I enjoy the art, but I don't feel like it benefits from oversized art. It read fine.
I thought you were my brother, Omni Dog.
What was that?
I thought you were my brother, man. I thought we were both Omni people. Just trying out.
Not on this show. We all hate each other on this show.
Yeah, well, and you're back up. Yes, when I mentioned my book club, none of us were sitting there going, "Oh, if only this were double sized." Everyone was very satisfied, but no one was going, "Oh, if only we're double sized."
You also forget there are people with glasses that need things bigger.
I want to take that background to Omar's point before you continue, which is that like I do like that Mignola artwork, but I think Mignola is perfect for every size of art. I know Mignola didn't draw this, but you made the comparison because it's so
got
iconic.
That contrast art.
Yeah, it's so contrasty. It's so iconic. It's so like stamped. It's almost like a lithograph, like a woodcut that it works at any size, and you can appreciate it at large sizes because the lines are so bold and the contrast is so great. But at small sizes, it still works. And I think that Day Tripper, I don't know that it's as clean as Mignola, but I think it has that same effect where like it looks great in an absolute. I'm sure it looks great in a deluxe. It would also look great in a compact. Like the art is so transferable that it's not like you're going to see so much more about it bigger. And that's to its benefit and to its detriment, I think. But please, OmniDog, go on and agreeing with me.
Yes, I'm sorry. I interrupted you.
Okay, so what Peter said, New Frontier is one of my picks. World's Greatest Superheroes, I love it, but I feel that Justice is just the better story, and I have said that I want my absolutes to be something that I enjoy reading for the writing too. I love all the individual stories in Greatest Superheroes, but I just enjoy Justice more. Sandman's kind of tricky because I feel like as much as it benefits from the blown up art and the art is fantastic, I don't know that I would, and I'm not thinking that any of these need to be first time reader accessible necessarily, but it's not. I have the Omnis and I'm fine with them in Omni format. I am of the possibly controversial opinion that I don't know that any of Sandman needs to be in absolute size. I think it reads fine in omnibus format. So
you're more for the art, right, than the actual writing when it comes to absolutes. You don't care about the writing at all. Is that correct?
That's exactly the opposite of what I just said. How drunk are you? I said I only buy absolutes for books that have stories that I want to continue reading and reading and reading because the writing's so good and it meshes well with oversized art. So
okay. Got you.
That's what I'm saying here.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, New Frontier is my pick.
RVP cars being racist, a bet against the Browns. Money in the bank.
Oh my god!
What the hell does that even mean? You talking about
betting on football? You whack!
Football. I thought he's just being racist. Okay, I guess.
What the hell?
What the hell, man? Go on, Jess.
I'm done. Thank you. I would just pick New Frontier here.
Oh wow, just one pick.
Would you pick Justice League above Kingdom Come if we get two? Because we said maybe we do two Alex Rosses. What's your second pick?
Wait,
Kingdom Come.
We're not there yet. Back
okay.
there. What about you, buddy? What do you think of this list, really quick?
So for absolutes, I think New Frontier is. Oh, no worries. New Frontier is the one that I would select as an absolute. I love Day Tripper. And J.H. Williams III, the Batwoman run that he had was fantastic.
That needs to be an absolute. That would
which
do
one?
Really well. Yeah.
J.H. Williams III's Batwoman.
Oh yeah.
Yes. So I think Jake convinced me. I actually purchased Absolute Justice League World's Greatest Superheroes while we were talking. I got it for $40 on Amazon.
That sounds like a vote.
I guess I'm the only one here that I think bigger is better. So I want the biggest.
No, you're not. You're not.
Oh, I definitely think bigger is better.
Everybody in America thinks bigger is better. Don't let these jokers, all these New Zealanders and Australians fool you. We're in America. We always think bigger is
That's
better.
what sold me when Jake said that was the biggest one. I said, I gotta have it. I gotta have it. So I ordered it. It's on its way.
Okay, go ahead. I don't know.
So I will be the judge when that arrives because I actually haven't read it yet. But out of these, New Frontier would be my pick.
Next panel, he's gonna go. So I bought Justice League World's Greatest Heroes and I sold it.
yeah.
To myself.
And Peter went first, so I'm gonna go. Out of Jake's picks, I really like New Frontier. I think it's a solid choice. Day Tripper is on my vote, of course. I like Justice League World's Greatest Superheroes. It's gonna be hard to choose just one Alex Ross book to represent.
And I don't know that we have to either.
Well, but it's Alex Ross. You almost have to. You have to have one book, I think, that represents that evergreen. And I don't know which one it is yet.
I think you can have two. I think that's okay.
Yeah, I think you can have.
Shut up, Lars. I haven't said that. Is that the first time I've said that on this stream? Yeah, I think it is.
Shockingly, we've got an hour 39 in. This is the first time you said it.
Amadeus is saying smaller is better.
Yeah, lots of people are.
No, why?
Oh, Illuminati.
Certainly.
Take that keyboard away from
average size.
Wait. Manga size is smaller is better. Smaller is better.
There's nothing wrong with small.
Hey, look at Omar.
Sounds like you've said that before.
Wow. American versus the Justice Society, Superman 78, Hammerlock, and Martian Manhunter, American Secrets. All right. Next up on the list is none other than Omnibo, which we've talked about All-Star and we've talked about Day Tripper. But what is everybody's thoughts on Green Lantern Sinestro Corps and Watchmen? I'm going to let Peter go first.
Well, I didn't really talk too much about All-Star my first time around, so I want to do some reading from my notes.
God,
Here we go.
We don't need to hear these.
Timer.
My notes on All-Star Superman issue 4 is marvelously boring. This is All-Star Superman, but there are no stars, little Superman, and just a queasy-looking art from Quietly with people who have wrinkles in all the wrong places.
That's stronger than I feel.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I don't know what else to say. Green Lantern or Green Lanto. I kind of like, it's, to me, I like the pitch of like, I think on the show we're too afraid of not picking volume ones, and that the nature of comics is that every comic is somebody's first comic, and because it's like the evergreen stream and we're so worried about like everybody's got to start at the start, we're always like poo-pooing volume 2s and 3s, and we're always like leaning towards volume 1s, or we don't even nominate books that are part of a multi-volume set. Like, where is Transmetropolitan on everybody's list? Where is Swamp Thing on everybody's list? But they're multi-book sets, right? But I kind of like the justification of like, just read the Sinestro War. It's cool. It's a war. It's Green Lanterns in a war with the iconic villain. It looks great. It's an action movie. Like, yes. Why do you have to start at the start? And I generally am against absolute lines that are like going to collect the whole line of comics. Like, I think it's actually absurd that all of Morrison's Batman is an absolute. I'm like, that to me, it just gets silly after a while. So I like the idea of an absolute as like a pick up and put down. I have all of Sandman in absolute. I stopped reading it in absolute. I actually got the deluxes because I like that better. But I like the idea of getting it one heavy hitter, fun, giant, cool absolute book. And I think Bo makes a pretty good case for Sinestro Corps War as that. In a way,
Peter, you are invited back onto Aussieverse. Thank you.
I think in a way that a lot of other people don't. A lot of people are talking about how classic their picks are, and not a lot of people are talking about how fun their picks are. And I think it's like a fun book that still benefits from the absolute format. That's my message. Watchmen is Watchmen. I mean, I own it in absolute. It's a beautiful absolute edition. People in the comments are like, I don't know, isn't it absolute already? Or isn't it evergreen already? Like, Watchmen itself is evergreen. It's always going to be out in some format, but that doesn't mean that sometimes one of the formats doesn't go away for a while. I think it's absurd to say that we're not going to pick Watchmen as an evergreen in any format we do. And if that means it wins every DC format edition show we do, then fine, it's Watchmen.
It does. Every freaking time Watchmen comes on, it wins. But I think it's already an evergreen, so
Yeah, that's my one thing with it. It is.
Yeah, but this isn't a top 10 show based on one. You're not saying that you can't pick ones that are evergreen, right? This is like, what if the planet blew up and these are the only 10 absolutes that exist for all of time?
Or if it's evergreen, let DC come right out and say it. Like, yes, Alan Moore, we hate you, and all of your books are evergreen permanently. Nya. If they make it official, then I'll stop voting for the books.
They don't want to because each year it comes out more expensive than the previous year, so they just want to keep. They want to keep bringing it back. 25. It went up to 100 to 125 to 150 each year. They raise it $25.
I just want one that when you open it up like a greeting card, it plays Leonard Cohen's Hallelujah, Hallelujah when they're having sex on the owl thing.
I don't like that you keep bringing up that scene.
It's the weirdest use of that song, and it's been used at
I'm sorry,
rallies.
you never
but
lived
the
and
best
made
part
love
is when it
to
cuts to the ship.
Hallelujah.
When it cuts to the
That's
ship and the
not on
fire
me.
blasters go out.
Oh my gosh, art, mama, that's art.
All right. Any other thoughts, Peter?
No,
you're done with thoughts. Okay. Omnibus list, Illuminati, my buddy Tyler. What do you think of this list?
Obviously, All-Star Superman, I agree with. It was on my list. I think this is Frank Quitely's art at its best. I don't understand the negative, strong feelings for his art on this particular story. I do get it with other stories, but not this one. Day Tripper, still feel the same. Surprise, surprise. Watchmen, I don't feel like I need to say anything about Watchmen. I think we all are kind of in cahoots about that this should be in the top 10 no matter what. I kind of view it as if I was running DC, what would be the 10 books that I would want to be in print at all times, and Watchmen would be in that list. For many obvious reasons. I mean, it's just historic when it comes to comics. Green Lantern, Sinestro Corps War. I'm kind of conflicted. I love the story. I think it is what Batman Hush is to Batman, but for Green Lantern, I think it's super cinematic. It's action-packed. It makes some historical moments, such as like the Green Lantern rule being rewritten during this particular time. And obviously amazing art that looks beautiful in an absolute edition. So I would probably say yes to All-Star Superman, Watchmen. I'll say yes to Sinestro Corps War for now, but I'm kind of iffy on it. I would want Sinestro Corps War or Batman Hush. I think both of them lend beautifully to the absolute format, but no on Day Tripper still.
Okay. Jake.
So I guess for me, if this was a stream on like the best DC Evergreen Omnis, I might give a vote to Green Lantern by Jeff Johns. As for Sinestro Corps War on an absolute, I don't know if I can pick it at my top 10. I feel like to me, the omnibus is just so much more complete, and having that whole run makes the experience so much better. Watchmen, I mean, the chat already hates me this stream, so I feel trepidatious to go against Watchmen.
That's every stream.
But what I'll say is, as someone, me and my collecting partner own every format of Watchmen.
Does not hate you. There's one guy that likes you.
Yeah, but that's my alternate account.
That's Jake's burner account.
Nerdy typing in there.
I will say that there are cooler. I feel like I love absolutes, but there's some so unique formats of Watchmen, like the deluxe collector's edition, where it's 12 deluxe hardcovers, one for each issue, and it has the covers. Like, that's so unique. There's so many cool formats of Watchmen. And I feel like because they reprinted, a lot of the other formats have gotten a lot of the extras that are in the absolute. So I just feel like if I vote no on Watchmen, I want everyone to know it's not because I'm voting against Watchmen as the story. It's just out of 10 absolutes, I wanted to pick ones that did something unique or interesting with the format, as opposed to just a bigger deluxe edition.
We don't need your reasons like that. Just stand by your wrong answer.
All right. Is that your thoughts, Jake?
Yeah. I
Okay.
guess I'm on the fence about Watchmen.
You, Jake. No, you know. Look, Alexander is saying he's a separate person. So there you go.
But you've never seen me and Alexander in the same room at the same time.
I don't know.
Plus, you can't see Jake's left hand as well, so maybe he's typing.
Whoa! All right, look at Lars. Look how pensive he looks. Go ahead, Lars.
It's true. I'm like a wolf ready for the feast. So I agree with what Peter said about Sinestro Corps War. I think there is something you said about just this giant whacking event that gets you your juices flowing and gets you really excited, and it's like, here, this will be big, epic, splashy fun.
Everything sounds so sexual that you say.
Actually, Yeah, fun, and a lot of death as well. And I think this probably it's a ways into the Jeff Johns run, but I think it's probably more accessible than it isn't. So yeah, I can see a lot of merit to this one. I feel like we're gonna vote Watchmen, and I feel like it's a given. I feel like we are doing it on the strength of Watchmen, being one of the greatest comic stories of all time. Personally, the absolute again didn't do much for me, and I love Dave Gibbons. Dave Gibbons is one of my very favorite artists. I own a crazy amount of Dave Gibbons material. He even did a Legion of Superheroes annual, and I'm like, isn't that lovely? It's always welcome to see him. The bigger format didn't really do a lot for me, and I'm like, but it is Watchmen.
I love that has become a quote of this stream. I'm happy with my deluxe edition.
Well, I think it has to be when the prices are so outrageously high.
I agree.
For one thing.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry you're poor, Lars.
That's gotta be
Thank you. Thank you.
I get 250K a year from Marvel like you are.
Yeah, I appreciate
How
it.
much that goes up every freaking time you mention it. You son of a
because of
bitch.
inflation.
I wish.
I think Lars and I said the same thing. Vote on Watchmen as an
How many
absolute.
times
Not
is
the
Jake
story.
gonna go? I thought we
As many
went.
times as I need to win.
Yeah. Now,
All right.
by the way, to be slightly fair, when I looked at the Absolute Watchmen, that was ages ago, and that was a different incarnation of Lars. So it's possible that I would look at it now and go, "Oh, okay, wait, I could totally see the value of this." It has been a long time, and I was even living in a different house since I looked at.
And your eyesight's not getting better, so you might like it more now.
Yeah, no, you know what? I should probably give it another look. I'm willing to admit that. Yeah.
Yeah, he
Doctor
does.
Who fans. That might be the best quote today.
Only by rumor, yeah.
Stop being mean to Jake.
But I like it when people are mean to me.
Yeah, that's
Wait,
kind of
yeah,
his.
everybody's
That's,
kink
that's,
tonight.
that's Jake's kink, though. That's
Yeah, no kink
No,
shaming.
it's one of my
not
kinks.
kink shaming Jake tonight.
I have
All
so
right,
many
Omni
kinks.
Dog.
Let's see. I already like All-Star Superman. I already spoke my piece on Day Tripper. I feel the same way about Watchmen that I think somebody else said. I feel like it's okay in deluxe format. I do own it in absolute. I don't know that it's a given that it is definitely sliding through to the top 10. I can think of other ones that I'd be fine with just a deluxe of it. And Sinestro Core War, as much as I love that story itself, I feel like it reads better as part of the entire narrative of the Jeff Johns omnibus. It's okay by itself, but I think that it. I think that I don't think I can vote for it because I think it's better as part.
That was what I said in my sales pitch. That's what I said in my sales pitch, though.
I heard it.
Wow.
Jess,
You heard it up.
Jess, you're not impressing me tonight, mate.
That's what she said. All right. Factor, what do you think of Bo's list, buddy?
I love All-Star Superman and Watchmen as like I said, these are the books that you give to somebody to say, hey, this represents this section of comics. You can go over to my shelf and say, this is the one that, I want you to read. The question of like how many can fit on the list is where Day Tripper and Sinestro Corps get pushed down for me. I love both stories, but they just wouldn't make my top 10. So Watchmen and All-Star Superman, obviously those are in my picks. So those are still kind of the foundational ones for me.
Okay. And Peter already went. I love All-Star Superman pick. I think that's a good pick. I think I will be in the final 10. I think Watchmen will be in the final 10. I'm voting for Day Tripper. I think it's a very important story. And to me, I'm much like my buddy Omni Dog. I think story matters as much as art because it's a collaboration, right? It's not just artwork to me. That's why I'm not picking Brandon Choi anything. And I'm not saying anybody did tonight. I'm just talking out of my heart. Green Lantern Sinestro Corps, man, that has one of the very best moments of Sinestro or Green Lantern. When, man, that might get my vote, honestly, because I love Green Lantern Rebirth. I can't believe nobody chose that, by the way. But Sinestro Corps War had better moments. Oof, this is gonna be tough. Yeah. So we'll go to the next. Lars with some strong choices and beating himself up over his last choice.
But he didn't even believe in.
So
what do you think about all of this, Peter?
Well, I think, Lars and I, we've come to blows on this show in the past at points. But I think this list is pretty solid because I think Lars took the perspective of like why are we picking like regular monthly comic books for this when this absolutes are often about something that's like a irreplaceable event. And yes, I know Authority was monthly at one point, but I mean, these are not regular comics that Lars picked, right? Like Kingdom Come, we all know I don't really like multiverse. I don't like, like alternate future. All that stuff kind of just blows right by me. But DC, of course, does it better than Marvel. And some books are iconic for a reason. Kingdom Come is, I often feel like, why is anybody still doing those types of stories when Kingdom Come already happened? It's not necessarily one of my favorite stories, but I think if you're talking about like it's a story where these heroes are older and have a different quality of judgment than they do in regular comics, I think that story is Kingdom Come. I think of all of the Alex Ross interiors unassisted, we'll get to assisted in a few slides. I think it's probably the strongest in my opinion. I find it really hard to argue against Kingdom Come in absolute format. I think it's a quality story. It's an irreplaceable, iconic story, and the art truly benefits from really getting to see it at the highest possible resolution. Great pick. JLA Avengers, I completely agree with why Lars said that it's a populist pick. I get that, like, we're going to argue, is it an official absolute or not? Is it in the absolute form factor? Does it have an absolute slip case? It's an absolute. And it's wild to me that they did that short run of the trade paperback. They just did the DC versus Marvel omnibuses. It sold like lightning.
Yes.
And why would they? This is a license to print money, and it's a George Pérez story that so many fans want to own.
Yeah.
And Kurt Busiek and Perez, one of the best team ups of any two comic creators of the past 30 or 40 years. And like Lars said, like, is it the best JLA stories or Avengers story? No, but it's JLA Avengers. You don't have other ones to choose from with these two teams. It's like a shoe-in. Gimme. Oh my God, why is it not Evergreen? The fact that DC and Marvel are in some kind of jousting match about if they're going to allow it to be printed, this should be like a piece of cord. They should be like, of course it's always going to be in print. Top 10 is the only one I'm not familiar with. Honestly, I think of almost the whole show, there's only 2 or 3 books I'm not familiar with. I love Gene Ha. I'm now really interested in it. I don't know if Lars sold me on it hard enough right away, but I'm absolutely going to read it this weekend. I don't know if you crossed the absolute line for me.
You've never read it? It's kind of like Tom Strong in the, like, it's not as Alan Moore as you think it's going to be.
If you want fun, Peter, top 10 is super fun.
And I'm obsessed with Gene Ha.
At least the first half of it.
Yeah.
I is amazing. I don't know if it needs to be Evergreen, but I will say it's a lot different than most of his.
And I also feel like,
and I'm surprised nobody picked
Absolute
Swamp Thing. By the way,
yeah.
How did that
colors?
Don't like
What about the Len Wein and Bernie Wrightson one though? That was a solid.
I did almost pick that Bernie Wrightson because there's not that many older absolutes.
That was in my top 8 picks when I was going through this. By the way,
if you thought I went hard for Kingdom Come or JLA Avengers, buckle up, Buttercup, because Authority Volume 1. If I don't see 8 votes at the end of the show for Authority Volume 1, this book reinvented what all superhero comics would look like and would feel like tonally for the next 25 years.
Yeah.
By its design, you can just pick it up and read it because it was kind of like a Wildstorm book that chose to largely ignore the Wildstorm universe other than Ellis's other Wildstorm book, planetary. So there's no kind of like, oh, is it going to make sense? Is it going to read for, and you could say, oh, but there's 2 authorities. Well, I want to wait until there's a volume 1 and volume 2, but volume 1 works just fine on its own. This is you could not get more impactful to 2000 and forward comic books other than maybe Ultimate Spider-Man, which doesn't look this good. Brian Hitch literally brought this widescreen approach to comics in this book. And, you know, we've seen so many cynical, destructive superheroes, but largely that was relegated to the alternate reality of Kingdom Come. Even though this wasn't the mainline DC continuity at the time, it was Wildstorm. This was Ellis kind of saying, like, what if the superheroes were so powerful that they were bordering on the realm of being destructive assholes in the universe? You know, without this book, all of those takes on superheroes that came after it that were willing to do that in continuity do not exist. So it's historically important, it's artistically important, and it's just a damn good story. There's a reason that this has lasted so long, that it's going to get adapted into the new DCU. If you've never read The Authority, go read The Authority. I mean, this is one of the reasons that I am like a Wildstorm stand for life, is that Stormwatch turned into The Authority. So I look forward to all 7 of your positive comments on this book. Thank you.
Except for Lars, who took it back. I love that.
Who took it back? I was like, Lars, I'm so proud of you, Lars.
I'll stick with my impulse. My first, your first impulse is always correct, so I'll stick with
one of my first, or one of my favorite moments on the stream so far is that whenever Peter is complimenting Lars' pick, Lars is just sitting back going, yes, that's right.
You have to bask
I don't ever hear Lars react to anybody other than Peter going, yes, that's right.
You have to bask in it while it happens, because, you know, the venom and bile is doubtless flowing elsewhere. Yeah.
Tyler, what do you think of the Lars's picks?
I like all 4 of them. Aside for Kingdom Come, the other 3 I feel I like, but there's something holding them back. But to start with Kingdom Come, obviously I chose that. I think it should at least go to the top 2, maybe even the top 2 Alex Ross pieces, and possibly even the top 10 if we, you know, discuss it and decide it should go further. JLA Avengers has a sweet spot in my heart. It's my favorite Marvel and DC crossover book. But I do feel it's kind of like more of like a novelty, more of a collector's piece. I don't know if it's like the strongest story, where I think it should be in the top 10, but I'm still iffy on it. So I'm still yes or no, which you're going to hear a lot about, or you're going to hear a lot about a lot of these picks here. Top 10 again, Alan Moore. Would I put it in the same category as like Watchmen? I don't know. I don't think so. I think if we're gonna like kind of split hairs and make sure one Alex Ross makes it, one Alan Moore makes it, and if we get into the nitty gritty where there's only 2 spots left, I would go more Watchmen than top 10. But again, kind of 50-50 on it. Authority is one that I'm leaning more towards yes than no. I agree with everything that Peter said. I think it breaks the status quo, the norm of superheroes, that widescreen cinematic art style that Brian Hitch is now extremely known for, will lend awesomely to the larger pages and the larger panels. Super cinematic, a lot of likable characters, stands on its own 2 feet. You don't need to know anything going into this, I feel, which Jake may disagree with. But I think it's a great story, and I think it's slept on a lot. So to sum it up, yes on Absolute Kingdom Come, and the other 3, or yes, Absolute Kingdom Come, no JLA Avengers, no top 10, and Authority Volume 1. I'll say yes.
Wow, he's already making his choices. Jake, what do you think about this list?
I have to say the thing I respect the most about all 4 of these choices is they truly are stories where the larger format is taken advantage of. So in top 10, there's so many, at least in the first portion of top 10, there's so many visual gags in the background where it's like some poster as they're driving down a road and it's some sort of superhero pun. Is like seeing that in the absolute format is amazing. I will say that in that absolute specifically, I loved the top 10 storyline. I didn't think the other stories in it, Smacks and 49ers, I think it was, were as strong or the art was as good. I think the top 10 art is the best portion of it and the part where it really benefits the most. JLA Avengers, I think my controversial pick is it so special because it's not readily available? Like if they did it like, oh, we'll print it once every 10 years and it was like a special event and there was some money going to charity or something and everyone bought it because it was so rare, that's cool. Like, I don't know if, like, would it be as special if you could buy it at any time? And I think I spent more on that book than I've spent on any other book in my collection. So I spent like probably like $400 or $500 on that book.
Oh,
so
really?
Yes,
Yeah,
but
thank you for buying it from me. It helped.
I bet it would be flying if it was in print. It'd be flying off shelves.
But for how long? If it was always in print,
flying off shelves
eternally.
Yeah.
Okay, but I don't want to sit in a room and hear the lawyers work out the contract for that book to be evergreen. That seems like a nightmare.
You, but it's JLA Avengers. It would fly off the shelves.
Do you think all of top 10 is as good as top 10, or do you think Smacks and 49ers aren't as good as top 10?
No, I don't think Smacks is as good, but I don't think that's the majority of the book. I think the majority of the book is the quality that you're suggesting. And I think 49ers is actually quite good too.
I will say my favorite gag in top 10 is when the exterminators, there's like these mice in the apartment and then they bring cats and then they have their own crisis event is probably one of the best gags I've ever seen in any comic book ever. So that was good. Now here's the thing about Authority for me. The first time I read Authority, I didn't like it. And then I read Planetary and it made me fall in love with that universe so much. I went back to Authority and enjoyed it. I think for me, I didn't see it during its heyday or its time it came out as being groundbreaking, revolutionary. I saw, another storyline where the superheroes are mean and edgy. Why can't our superheroes just be heroic? Because I was looking at it, backwards. But now that I was able to fall in love with Planetary and that universe, and the fact that we wouldn't have any absolute editions if it wasn't for Authority, it is just everything in that book is so big. I mean, their spaceship, their powers, everything is so big. It makes sense to be in the absolute format. But I will say, I mean, I'm 27. So how old was I when Authority came out? Probably not old enough to read it.
Like 3?
3.
Would you let your 3-year-old read Authority?
No,
you couldn't read it.
I thought you said when it came out, and I was like on my fingers, like when it came out.
Look, at the risk of being called Buttercup, I don't know if it gets my 100% vote, but it's a maybe for me for sure.
Okay.
I just was having trouble with the math.
Omnibo, representing Australia.
JLA Avengers was really hard to not put on my list initially because, everybody's said the same things. They've spoken all about it, so there's not really much more for me to add. But, just like Jake said, this is one of those rare books that I spent a hell of a lot of money to be able to get my own copy, and it was quite recent. So I think that sort of tells you that people will go to the lengths to be able to get a copy of that. And I don't really care if the story is good or not. I mean, yeah, it's really tropey, but it's JLA and Avengers. How could that not be something that everybody, even if they're getting into comics, is going to want to read? Top 10. Oh, actually, hang on. In JLA and Avengers, there's actually another great thing about it. There's 2 books. Not a lot of other absolutes you get that. So you get the main book and then you get the companion with it. So really you're kind of getting 2 things with it. So that's really cool. Top 10. What the hell is that?
They're science heroes. They're science heroes, but they work a police beat and they're cops. It's like a police procedural. It's great. Their captain's a dog.
If I've been reading comics for over 35 years, and there's a title that I haven't heard of, it's probably for a reason. So you're
clueless.
Authority, man, Authority just is fire. I love Authority. It is so goddamn good, man. After Spider-Man and Venom, my favorite character is the Punisher. And when I read Authority for the first time, I couldn't believe what the hell I was reading. And it was DC. I just couldn't believe it. It was so, so good. I quickly went out and grabbed the omnibus, and Jenny Sparks and Night, whatever his name is, and the guy that leaps with all the buildings that has the mutant power with the city.
Did you
loved these characters.
Midnighter with Night Thrasher?
Yeah, I did. I thought he had the word night in his name.
Yeah, Midnighter.
But I just
virtually
I
the same character, Omar. You could see Midnighter and New Warriors.
Oh, I would love that.
Midnighter Thrasher.
Yes.
It is so freaking good, man. And you know what else? The thing that I loved about Midnighter Thrasher guy is the fact that he's got his own relationship with the boyfriend on his team, and he is so not what you would pick for that sort of a stereotype for a guy in that kind of relationship. Maybe less so in this day and age, but especially when that was written, you have this tough as nails guy that is just hard as hell. And yet he's got this real soft spot for his lover, the other guy on the team. And I thought that was really, really beautiful. And I loved it. Jenny Sparks. Yeah, man. Oh, I just love Jenny. I love Jenny. Kingdom Come. I think we've spoken about that enough. Yeah, I can see the potential to have that on there. I really dig alternate reality dimension Elseworld books. I love that. That's my jam. So I get having Kingdom Come on the list as well. Would I vote for it? Way more than top 10, but probably not compared to the other books.
I knew the top 10 would be an uphill climb.
You're gonna love it.
Top 10, I thought, what the hell, I'll put an underdog on the list, you know.
I thought that's what. Okay, never mind. Let's see. Omnibo went. Omnidog.
I stand with everybody on Authority. It's one of my all-time favorite books, and Volume 1 it's just that and Planetary are two books in my top 10. I love everything about Authority, and Kingdom Come, I think I've already spoken on it. Top 10, I think, is a lot of fun. It's one of the most fun Alan Moore books you're ever going to read. I know that there's only about 2, that and Tom Strong, but top 10 is just so much fun. I don't know that my opinion matters on JLA Avengers, because I feel like it's just going to get swept into the top 10. When it gets reprinted, I'm not going to get it because I really didn't dig the story. I love George Perez as much as anybody else. It's just not my thing. And DC versus Marvel omnibus amalgam stuff, that it's just not my jam. And
well, this was different, though. This was a different era.
Yeah, I know.
How much did you make selling your copy? Because you're gonna buy the new reprint when it comes out someday.
No, I'm definitely not.
You're not gonna hold on to it, sit onto it for a few years till it goes out of print again and get health insurance again.
No, I don't need health insurance anymore.
Yay!
Why are you moving to Australia or New Zealand?
No, I qualify for Medicare. Thank you very much. Little. It's just JLA Avengers just didn't do it for me, and that's a me thing. I know everybody loves it and everybody wants it to be picked, and I think that's fine. I'm the most excited about Authority. That book is just remarkable, and I can't say enough about it.
Okay, fair enough. Factor, buddy, what do you think about Lars's pick?
I like all of these picks. I think top 10 would be the one that would be right at the 10 for me. Maybe it would be right at the cutoff point, but JLA Avengers, like the historic nature of it, there's something about that I would want to keep evergreen. Kingdom Come, my favorite Alex Ross storyline. That's just, you have to have that there. And then everybody's talked about Authority already, but I would not be disappointed with any of these picks.
Okay. And now for me, Kingdom Come. Yeah. JLA Avengers, I think it's a sure bet. Absolutely. Oh my God. I think everybody would be happy for that to be Evergreen. Authority gets, I think that will end up with my vote. Top 10, I think, is what my buddy Peter said about Day Tripper. Does it really need to be an Evergreen or a compendium? It's just fine. I like Gene Ha. I don't see the benefit in having it in absolute format, but that is the way I feel about Gene Ha's artwork, the same way he feels about the Moon artwork that is in Day Tripper. So that's just my 2 cents. All right. Next up is Omnidog. Oh my gosh, look at it. He does. I think Omnidog is the only one that has a book that is old in any of it.
Right? Trying to say, Omar.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm just calling it like it is.
Is Authority not an old comic?
Coincidence? I mean,
Did you say Authority? Authority was okay.
To me, it's an old comic.
Shut your young ass up. I mean, old, like before I was born old, before Peter was born old. Green Lantern, Green Arrow.
I mean, the New 52 is
okay,
old.
Peter, what are your
This
thoughts
will be
on?
quick for me. I've already talked about New Frontier. Planetary is one of my picks. I think it's iconic. Green Lantern, Green Arrow. I said earlier, I don't know if an ongoing comic really qualifies for absolute in my mind, but this is different because it, as Jess said, started the Bronze Age, and then it kind of just, there's more of this run afterwards, but this run is very contained as a run, and again, it's unmessed with, unadulterated Neil Adams artwork from his prime. So I think it's really easy. And again, the social justice angle, comics have always been about social justice. You're a fool if you don't think they have been. But this was the first time that like that commentary became the whole theme, not the subtext, but the text of the comic. Iconic. Justice. So Jess has been mocking me all week because after he sent me his choices, I was like, "What's Justice? Did you forget the word league?" After that, he's like, "No, Peter, it's a book called Justice." So over the course of the stream, I opened up DC and I was looking through Justice. Dude, this book fucks. It's like so cool. I don't know how I didn't know what it was. I think the coolest panel I've seen ever in a DC book as I was paging through, and more than that. I think Alex Ross I think he's more of a cover artist than an internal artist. Like I don't feel the need to vote for every Alex Ross book. I think Alex Ross with Doug Braithwaite in here is absolutely breathtaking. Like as I'm paging through it digitally, I'm like, damn, do I need to pull a Vector and get online and order this book right now so I have it? So I think Jeff convinced me.
Came out Tuesday.
Reprint this week.
Buy it for Vector in a couple of months.
I have 2 copies. Do you want to buy one?
I don't know. Isn't there some kind of code I can use, Omar, from your channel if it just came out this week? If I'm in the United States or Europe, I don't know. But
is there?
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty damn cool. I'm excited to read it. It's going on my list right after top 10.
I love it, man. I love the fact that you went with Justice. Yeah, it's a good. Green Lantern, Green Arrow. I just reread all of this in omnibus format. I think it's a beautiful book. I'm with Jess. Why he added it on here? It's really weird that a book like this came out when it did. When if it came out like today, like, do you know how much hate this would get on social media?
Yeah.
Like a conservative and a liberal in the same book, and at opposing sides, like working together. No, hell no. This book would be called, what is it again? Woke. Like it would be ridiculously torn down. But for some reason it worked back then in the 70s. It's really preachy. It might be outdated, but the artwork is phenomenal. I don't know. This is tough, man. I like your list, Jess. I really like Absolute Justice. More so than World's Finest. And I love Paul Dini. But World's Finest is just Alex Ross. But what Peter said, Alex Braithwaite just had a way with panel layouts that, I don't know, Ross is amazing. Don't get me wrong. Like, I love his stuff in Kingdom Come. But with Braithwaite, just like the way his panel layouts look, I mean, it is just good sequential artwork, which is what I love in comics. This is tough. I love Planetary. I think Planetary is the, you know what? I'm actually team Planetary over Authority. I think everybody's gonna vote Authority, but I'm going fucking team Planetary, man.
Why not both?
I think well, because Authority ends and it doesn't. Like, the problem with Authority is that Authority starts off as like, here's the leftovers of Stormwatch. And you're like, what the hell is Stormwatch? Okay, Stormwatch is this. Wait, what the hell is a Wildcat? Then I have to go like read freaking Peter's stupid ass book. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. But with Planetary, you don't need to read anything else. You just need to read Planetary. There's no volume 2. It's just an all-in-one. And it's got John Cassidy's artwork in it.
Yeah, I don't think
I think Planetary gets my vote over Authority.
I don't think you need to read more Authority. In fact, I personally don't actually care for the Mark Miller run. I actually don't care.
No. But volume 2 of Authority is not Mark Miller. It's still Warren Ellis.
No, it is. No, it is.
It's
the Mark Miller, Frank Quitely.
No. Volume 1
is
all of the Ellis Hitch stuff.
Oh, you know what doesn't have a volume 2? Planetary with shitty ass Mark Miller writing the story. I said what I said, and yes, I'm drinking bourbon.
I don't know that you need to read anything before Authority.
Jess,
what are you talking about?
Jess,
You're the one that had me hunt down aliens.
You need to be quiet right now because I'm voting for your stupid book. I love this book. I think it's a good choice. Okay. Planetary. I think it's getting. I like your choices, Jess. They're very.
Thank you.
I don't really agree with you because you usually have some dumbass takes. But I think today you came strong. You came ready, my friend, and I love you for that, man. You took this seriously. You were like, Omar's back in this stream, so I'm taking this seriously. I'm not taking the easy road. I'm gonna come in with Planetary and Justice. Yeah, these are good choices, man.
Thank you.
These are good choices. Green Lantern, Green Arrow might. That's a big maybe for me, but I think it's still a solid pick.
I think the only thing I just want to say in regards to what you said is, since this is the oldest book on the list, you need to consider that it was 1970 and kind of shift your mind to what it was like in 1970 when it came out.
But I think that is the crutch to this, right? I think a lot of people reading this now would be like, ugh, this is so cringy. Like, it's in your face about being liberal, which Dennis O'Neil was, right? But back then, like, I don't think it was, like, to a lot of people, it wasn't in your face. It was revolutionary. It was something new. It was like, holy crap, these are the social issues we're dealing with now. Nowadays, you see it in every comic book, and you're like, ugh, enough of that. Give me some Planetary. Give me some New Frontier. And so it's all about the context. But man, I don't know if it's solid. I do like the book though. Good choices though, man. Seriously, mad props.
Thank you.
Peter, did you say what you wanted to say about Jess's picks?
It's everybody else who hasn't said what they wanted to say yet. I think you and I went. Nobody else went.
Oh, then we go. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Illuminati, bring it home. What do you think about Jess's picks?
All great. New Frontier. Don't need to say anything else about. I think we've touched on it enough in other lists. Planetary, I feel almost identical to the way Omar does about it being self-contained, standalone, but I would lean towards Authority rather than Planetary. So I'd be on the same bus, but on the opposite side. Green Lantern, Green Arrow. I am not a fan of comics from the 70s. I absolutely love this. I think it is very on the nose when it comes to the political narration, but I think because of that, it's super thought-provoking, and you can kind of come out of the story with, something to add to maybe your thought process, your lens, your life, whatever it may be. And I think that's something that we all really want out of stories. Justice, I think, is in the running for a Alex Ross involved title along with Kingdom Come. I actually like Justice a little bit more than Kingdom Come. Sometimes I do think that the scenes in it are absolutely incredible, especially a lot of the scenes involving Wonder Woman and her entire little arc there. I would probably lean more towards Justice over Kingdom Come, but I'm 50-50 on both. So New Frontier, no brainer, yes. Planetary, probably not. The last two I would definitely fight for sure.
So
all right, he's ready to fight. Jake, what do you think of your what is he? Your mentor?
Yeah,
Your mentor
my word is a junkie.
after I got the crowbar, I'm now Crisis Lad. That's my new mentor.
Really? I think Crisis has Crisis.
No.
You already have a lad, don't you?
No,
I
there's
already have
Kid Crisis.
Crisis. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
good enough. You don't
There's
need
a whole
Kid
Crisis
and a
family.
Crisis lad. That's just too much.
Okay, so New Frontier, I picked it. I'm gonna, we don't need to beat that horse dead anymore. I would say if we only get one Wildstorm pick, I think Planetary is better. I love Planetary. It's interesting. It originally came out as two separate absolutes, and the newer printings were one giant one, and it is like one of the largest absolutes ever. But to get that love letter to comics as a medium, where every issue is its own love letter to an own type of comic, but it tells an overarching story, is fantastic. And they just had more fun with the design of the absolute, I think, than they did with Authority. So the design of that one is fantastic. Green Lantern, Green Arrow, I don't need 12 issues of Hal Jordan doing anything and then Green Arrow going, "You jackbooted fascist." Like, I feel like that could be a drinking game. Take a shot every time he calls him a jackbooted fascist.
Jackbooted. That's all you got out of this run. Okay.
It's a
I
lot
just
more
had to-
than that.
Wow.
Plus,
Jesus.
I think we all agree that Space Traveling Heroes is better. I'm just kidding.
Oh,
I can't.
jeez.
I can't say that with a straight face. No, it was good, but I mean, if you have to preface it with, you don't understand. Before this, it was just the Grasshopper Gang. I want a book that stands on its own, not just as what it was for that time. Now Justice,
There's a little bit of truth to what Jake is saying, though.
Yeah.
Like that little bitty starfish itty. Remember that one?
Yeah, there's a medium amount of truth.
That was cool. I like that bit.
Look,
I
it
like
was
that
new
story.
for the 70s, but there's been new things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I hate Jake.
Good, I hate you too, Phil Owens. Just kidding. Okay.
Whoa.
That's a good one.
Absolute Wonder Woman. That's our girl. She does no wrong. Maybe Hal shouldn't be jackbooted face. Maybe.
Hey, Nick James, Mr. Miracle could have been one of my picks if it hadn't been delayed. Okay. So Justice, I think it makes sense why we would choose Kingdom Come over the other two. But as someone who I finished reading Justice today, so I'm trying to take recency bias out of it. I think Justice is such a phenomenal team book. It has every character you can imagine and you could think of, and it is just such a huge. Every time I thought it couldn't get bigger in scope, it got bigger in scope, and I think it is hands down better than Kingdom Come, even though Kingdom Come might be more popular. Now, moving on from that, I don't know. I feel like if we pick two, like Kingdom Come is my least favorite of the three, so I could stand behind Justice. There's moments like the Wonder Woman moment at the end is like my mouth dropped. Like, it is a phenomenal, there's amazing twists. Justice is a phenomenal book. And I should know because I've bought it multiple times and I had terrible luck. First, I got Justice League World's Greatest Heroes. Then I got a copy that was stolen from a library with no slipcase. I've tried to buy this book so many times. And yeah. And it just came out on Tuesday.
Omnibug, what do you think of Omnidog's picks, buddy?
Very different to what I think of Omnidog himself.
Have you even read any of these?
Yes. Yeah. So first of all,
Green Lantern, Green Arrow,
Planetary. First of all, that is an omnibus that they can't even sell for $50 over here. They keep trying to just move it,
50,
and it is just
$15 Australian dollars or 50 American dollars.
50 Australian. And don't get me wrong, I really did enjoy it. It was a great book. But if you can't even get rid of all of your omnibus copies, why does it deserve to be an Evergreen absolute?
Ouch.
So it shouldn't be Evergreen because it's a good value. Every book should be overpriced, is what he's saying.
Yeah, I don't know. Next, Green Lantern, Green Arrow, mate. I just spent $200 or so getting this freaking omnibus because I really wanted to read this and I was dying for it. So I don't know why you'd get a book that's like 12 issues out of like a whole omnibus.
They're the only good
it's the only
stories
good part.
in the omnibus.
Yeah.
It is the only good
They're the
part.
only good stories when I'm eating noodles for a week to get the omnibus. Okay.
You'll
should've
see.
called me first.
Next, Justice. Well, I've already spoken about that one. Is that World's Greatest or is that Justice? Who knows? I don't know. And the
Tell that it's smaller. It's the smaller one.
I love that. That's his comment. It's like I can't tell the difference.
And I mean, really, they should just make a DC Alex Ross omnibus at this point, shouldn't they? Wouldn't that be a great idea? That's
cool.
right. And Darwin Cook. I mean, yeah, I not for me personally, but I am quite aware of how much love there is for this book and for his art in particular. So if I had to pick one out of this list, it would probably be that one. And I just killed the room. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
Dude,
we
I
love
can't wait to hear your review of Space Travel.
No.
Strong
And
takes
a
on the
man of
show.
so few little words. Lars, what do you think of Omnidog's picks here?
It's true. I am a shy wallflower, and I don't really know what to say.
Correct.
I'm really glad Jess chose Justice because, again, it's a tremendous book. And I personally, again, have no problem having two Alex Ross books on the list because Kingdom Come is pretty very influential and really great. And this one, I feel like the character work in here is actually better. You know, the journeys the characters go through with Wonder Woman being poisoned and Green Lantern being trapped in the void and their secret identities being exposed and things like that. And the way, and this happens fairly early on, so the way the villains kind of present themselves to the world is, hey, we're here to solve all of your problems. That's a really interesting take on things.
That was awesome. I love that.
It really is. It really, and of course, by the way, it's upgrading the whole Legion of Doom aspect of it. You know, they're seizing upon one of the more notable.
Well, now we're going back into the old people category. Yeah, Legion of Doom. What do you mean?
Well, actually, the Legion of Doom is a fun idea. It actually is pretty. The character selection there is actually kind of interesting. I think Justice is pretty great from beginning to end. I don't have a problem having two Alex Ross books on the list. So this one and Kingdom Come absolutely get my vote. Planetary and Authority for me are they are in a way so wildly different. I don't have a problem having both of those on the list. And John Cassaday's art, God rest his soul, is just so tremendous and it's constantly interesting. So that's one's very good. Green Lantern, Green Arrow. You know, there are Neil Adams's art is great.
Here we go, Jess.
There are just certain stories that you can appreciate politically what they were doing at the time, but they are kind of cringe now. They just are. I mean, this was very, very progressive for when it came out. And I think reading it now, it is heavy-handed. It is in your fate. You can appreciate it. You can respect it. But it is a bit of its time. I love, by the way, I think I'm right in saying that, like, when they discover that Speedy's a junkie, they just kind of like walk into the room and he's already there, needle in his arm, like bent over, kind of, you know, looking distraught and whatever. It's like, why did you not lock the door?
He's a junkie. He can't think straight.
That should have been the slipcase cover, right? Like that would have been a bold choice.
Let this be a lesson.
I disagree with Lars. Is one of my favorite book titles.
It's true. Yeah. No, like I say, I respect this book. I really do. I respect it, but
smart junkie, dude.
I respect Green Lantern, Green Arrow. It's of its time.
Okay.
It's just of its time. Yeah.
That's okay.
But by the way, there's an awful lot of works like that. There's a lot of TV shows from the 70s that at their time stood out as being very progressive. You know, All in the Family stood out. Maude stood out. Would I sit around and watch old episodes of Maude? I probably wouldn't.
I've never heard of that.
You know,
you just compared Green Lantern, Green Arrow, and Maude.
Actually, it deserves the comparison as books that were progressive back in the day.
Disagree.
And they don't really.
Well,
later stuff does better.
Wouldn't the same be said about all those old Doctor Who episodes?
Yes, exactly. Yes, I would completely agree. I would be.
You made a career out of writing about those.
Sure, I did, but I'm willing to acknowledge that they were made in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. I mean, they just are.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
Those things are products of their time and should be left.
I would agree. Classic Doctor Who is a product of its time. Absolutely, positively. Yeah.
Vactor, what do you think of OmniDog's list, buddy?
All great picks. There's something to be said about the historic wanting to have a document of a time period and have a record of, hey, this was what our society was like at that time, and this is what the art was like at that time. So I like the Green Lantern Green Arrow pick for that reason, to have like, hey, this is a snapshot of comics in the 70s, and this is one of the most influential books from that time period. And Planetary is the same way for the 90s. I think it's just something that gives you that vibe and that feel of what was going on and what was popular at the time. So I like that, having those influential books, having a record of something. For me personally, though, I would probably put more Batman on the list. I'd probably put Dark Knight, Year One, those type of things as far as like my top 10. So for me on this list, New Frontier is the one that I'm loving.
Okay. I have both Peter and I have talked about OmniDog's votes. Okay. Factor's picks. Factor's picks are really interesting because I think Watchmen, there's no way, at least for me, I don't vote for Watchmen. Watchmen has to be on the list. I don't care if DC already thinks it's Evergreen. I think it belongs on that Evergreen list. Absolutely. All-Star Superman, I think, will end up getting my vote. Now, this is the tough choice. I think Batman, the Black Mirror, is the very best Scott Snyder Batman story. I'm with you on that. A lot of people would go with Court of Owls, Death in the Family, Year Zero, or Zero Year. I think the Black Mirror was the very best Batman story he wrote.
And it was all downhill from there.
No, I didn't. No. I did not say that. I didn't say that. It is an amazing story. It's a different Batman, though. So if I were to choose, like, if I were DC, and again, taking a step back, if I were DC and if I were to choose Evergreen books, would I choose two different types of Batman? Bruce Wayne, Dick Grayson, because this is a Dick Grayson type of Batman. I'm a big fan of Why the Last Man. I almost put Preacher on my list, but I didn't. I went with my heart and I went with Sandman instead of Preacher. But I love the pick of Why the Last Man. I think it's a very good book. And Why the Last Man is actually, so behind me, you can't see this, but I have my favorite absolutes behind me. I'm really surprised none of you picked Kirby, Fourth World, because that's behind me, and I almost came really close to picking it. But I thought somebody here would pick it.
Clearly, it's Lars's fault.
I thought Taylor was going to be on the screen. He would have picked all three of them.
Indeed, yes.
Lars took Taylor's
Lars,
place.
you played it safe and you went with the authority.
I crept into all your homes at night and whispered hypnotic signals into your ears while you're sleeping to not vote for Kirby. Yeah.
It is a shame. But I really like the Black Mirror choice. Why the Last Man? I don't know if I'll vote for either one of those at the end of the day, but I think they're very different choices, and I think they're good choices. I think Why the Last Man, it's a phenomenal choice. There's 3 volumes. But then again, I was like, wait, I went with Sandman Volume 1, and there's like, 6 volumes of those? 7 volumes? 7 Sandman. That's crazy. Good choices, man. I like your picks. I think it took some guts to go with Black Mirror.
Mm-hmm.
I like that pick a lot. I think it is the best Scott Snyder. Watchmen and All-Star Superman, I think those are safe bets. All right, Peter, what do you think of Vactor's picks?
Black Mirror, I gotta slightly disagree with you, Omar. Like, why does it matter if it's a different Batman? We have Kingdom Come on here. We have Justice on here. Like, absolutes are non-continuity all the time. Why does it matter if there's something in continuity that's not the same Batman? It's not like you're trying to sell the absolute that comes directly before and after it's standalone. As long as it's a good Batman story, it's cool that it's a different Batman. Now, personally, Scott Snyder's not for me. Very nice guy. The first time I left him a bad review on my blog, he came and left me a nice comment on my bad review. I think he got tired of leaving me nice comments because I've never had a good review of any of his comics. Aww. Why the Last Man is a book. I mean, I have it. I've read it.
How dare you?
It's a much cooler concept than it is in that it's. I love the art, Pia Guerra. Yeah, love the art.
Wow.
I don't know. I think I would rather vote for Compendium or an omnibus. I don't know if I'm voting for Volume 1 of Last Man.
Okay. Illuminati. Back to your choices.
All-Star Superman and Watchmen are no-brainers to me. All-Star Superman's on my list, so 100%. Watchmen, I think we all would agree it's already in the top 10. Batman Black Mirror, I definitely love that as a story, and I respect it as a choice. I would probably reserve my Batman vote for another Batman book that we're going to be seeing here shortly. I do think, while it doesn't matter who's behind the cowl, I do think it needs a little bit of context on why that person's behind the cowl. So that's only reservations I have as far as this absolute. I do think it is beautiful in absolute because of the amazing art that you get there. Why The Last Man, I'm a little conflicted about. I do like it as like an underdog pick. I do agree with Peter, which I feel like I keep saying during the stream.
And we love to hear it.
You make some valid points. So I do agree that I think it favors an omnibus more, a all-in-one type of edition, where you kind of get everything all in one, because the story, I think, pulls a lot more of the weight. But it hurts me to not vote for it because it's Brian K. Vaughan, and I love pretty much everything that he's written. So while I love that story, I don't know if I would vote for it. So I guess I would definitely vote the first two. The Batman Black Mirror, I could maybe be convinced, but I'll probably save my Batman pick. Why The Last Man is kind of in the same boat as top 10, where I like it as an underdog pick, but I'm not sold on it just yet.
Okay. And Jake, we already know what you think of All-Star Superman. We know what you think.
I like it. Okay, so what I'm going to say is Black Mirror, I think, is the boldest choice, and I stand behind it. I named my cat Dick Grayson, so I absolutely love Black Mirror. I spent a pretty penny on it. I think because this is the Evergreen Absolute stream. If this was like Evergreen Compact Comics or something that was more beginner friendly, you know what I mean? I feel like I might say maybe don't start with Black Mirror because you might not know what's going on with Dick Grayson or Batman. But these are absolute editions. If someone's buying it, they probably know their comic book history. So Black Mirror is awesome. I was shocked when I read it because everyone says, "Oh, Jock's art is so amazing." There's two artists in that book, Francisco Francavilla and Jock, and both are incredible in different ways. So I think it's an awesome story. I love that book. Why The Last Man? I can't bring myself to start because there's 3 volumes, and I got to do it someday.
Does that scare you, Jake? If it's bigger than 1 volume?
Yeah, no. If it's 3 volumes, it does. But if it's 7 volumes, I love it. So.
Oh my goodness! That's a mental thing. That's interesting. Okay.
Mental.
Yeah.
No, I think it's just that okay. So Watchmen is fantastic. If you're voting on it as a Watchmen story, I think that it gets your vote. But if you look at it as did it do anything special or unique with the absolute format? Is it that much better than the deluxe edition? Is it the standalone coolest format of Watchmen? I don't think that it is. But I think if you take your vote not just based on Watchmen, but based on Watchmen the absolute, maybe it shouldn't have your vote. But
I'm going to say one thing about Watchmen, and then we'll move on. If you were old enough to read Watchmen when it was coming out, you will appreciate the size of this book because it's got bigger font. And you can read it.
I don't know how anybody is buying that.
I don't have cataracts. I'm okay.
I know what you're saying. Did you have to review the compact comic of Watchmen?
No, you don't know what I'm saying, Jake. You're 27 years old.
I read the
you don't know what I'm saying.
Compact comic that was smaller. That was a smaller format.
Right. I needed a magnifying glass for that. You needed to just hold it closer to your face. Like there is a big difference when it comes to reading these things the older you get. Yeah, I appreciate absolute formats for that matter. So that is something to say about some things like Watchmen. Omnibo, thoughts on Vactor's list?
I'm going to be quick because I actually went to work this morning, came on the show, and I've got to go back to work. So I'm going to be quick and just get out my thoughts. And that is absolute All-Star Superman and Watchmen. Hell yes, they were on my list. So, of course, I'm going to go for those. Batman, the Black Mirror. Yeah, look, it is a bold choice. I agree. But it's also hard to disagree out of other Batmans. Like maybe Long Halloween deserves it more. I'm a bit on the fence about Black Mirror, to be honest. And Why the Last Man is just fantastic. It is awesome. It is probably better as a one and done, though. So absolute, I'm not too sure about. I will heavily disagree with the comment in the chat here from someone, VRed24, who said, just watch the TV show, you'll be fine. No, the TV show was horrible. There's a reason why it got cancelled after one season, and I was very disappointed with what they put out. Why the Last Man is beautiful. It's really, really great.
Okay. Lars.
So we talked about All-Star Superman and Watchmen. The Black Mirror has an interesting pedigree for me because when it came out, I remember not long after it came out, a friend of mine asked, "What did you think about the Black Mirror?" And I went quiet, and he thought, "Oh no." The Black Mirror, it is wonderful. It almost does its job too well because it's an exploration of psychopaths. And the thing is, here in Iowa, coincidentally at the time, we were dealing with a psychopath in the news because a very young man had gone to a couple of our convenience stores and just shot a couple people. And on trial, he just admitted that, well, yeah, I did this because I wanted to see what it was like for people to die in front of me. He was a psychopath. So it really struck home because I was reading about this in the news anyway. The Black Mirror is a tremendous piece of work, but again, I can't bring myself to vote for 3 Batman stories, and The Long Halloween definitely has my vote, and I would probably vote for Year One over this. So I just can't vote for 3. Okay. But it is something truly special. You're right. You could argue it's Scott Snyder's best Batman story, and it's all diminishing returns from there. Court of Owls is very good though. And Why the Last Man. I love Why the Last Man. Yeah. There we go. Yes, Iowa. We do have our psychopaths. And corn. We have psychopaths, soybeans and corn. Why the Last Man. I do like it a lot. It probably is fine in the deluxe edition, even though a friend of mine borrowed them 3 years ago and hasn't returned them. Not that I'm bitter.
Speaking of mine.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
Or you can buy Vactor's Absolute Edition.
I keep getting together with this guy, and I'm like, can you please return my Why the Last Man's? And he's like, oh, yeah, sure I will. And never brings them. And this is why if I write a memoir, it will be All of My Friends Are Faithless Hoes. Okay, that would be the name of it.
I want to meet your friends.
But again, absolute formats.
I'm a big fan. Never mind.
Absolute formats are probably better served if they're contained. Like, Watchmen, you don't need to go on. Even All-Star Superman. And Why the Last Man being one of 3 is awkward, I think. So I love Why the Last Man. I probably wouldn't vote for an absolute.
Wow, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Not a fan of Pia Guerra, right?
I love Pierre Guerra, but I just think
we don't have a lot of female representation on this.
Well, that is true. Well, someone was saying there were stars that just didn't vote for Harley Quinn. It's like, well, there aren't any Harley Quinn absolutes.
Yeah,
you're right.
There aren't. That was
honestly,
Josh
Justice is a very run-of-the-mill average story, especially compared to every individual story in World's Greatest Superheroes.
I agree with that 100%.
Wow.
Thank you for the super chat, Archer. Okay.
$5 you spent for that comment. You could have done that.
It was worth it, man. It was worth it.
Wisdom was priceless.
Look how happy Jake got with that comment. All right. This is Vactor's Choices.
It was worth the $5.
Omnidog, the last man to talk about Vactor's Choices, then we can move on.
Already talked about All-Star Superman and Watchmen. Why the Last Man? I'm fine with it in deluxe. I do love the story. A lot, but I think I'm okay with it in deluxe. And I am with Omar on Black Mirror. If I don't know that we can only vote for one Batman. Maybe we end up with 2 or 3. I don't know, but I think I almost picked this Black Mirror for one of my top 4. I love both the stories and the art in this book, and I'm a big fan of this book. I really this would be the Batman. Even though I love Hush, this would be the Batman I would vote for.
I think it's a solid choice too. I think it's gonna be
yeah.
All right. Next up is the very controversial but lovable Crisis. Okay. Planetary, I think, is going to get my vote. I think it's a better choice than Authority, but that's just me. Long Halloween. My goodness, I'm surprised you are the only person that voted for this. Is Year 2 better? Absolutely. I think everybody in the panel can agree that Year 2 is a better choice. But there is no absolute Year 2, so we're in luck.
For a reason.
Okay, I think that is a solid choice, especially with the Penguin show that has come out, and everybody's like, "Oh, I want more of this type of stories in comics." I think that is a very solid choice. Tim Sale's artwork is it, but the thing is Tim. I've come to learn Tim Sale's artwork is not for everybody. Just like Darwin Cook isn't for everybody, which is insane. But I happen to like it. Absolute Death. Oh my gosh! If I had not picked Absolute Sandman, I would vote for this because Absolute Death is a great standalone story. You've got Chris Bachalo on artwork and Mark Buckingham on artwork. It's got it's got the High Cost of Living and what's the second story? Time of Your Life, which are and her first story in Sandman. It works as a standalone story. I agree with that. I think it's a great choice. But is it something special without Sandman?
Yes.
That's the
it's
thing.
Specialer.
Wait. You can't talk right now. I'm talking to myself. Is it something special? Wildcats. Here's the thing about Wildcats. I own it. I love it. I love that it's got the pull out, like fold out pages in oversized format. Plus, it's got X-Men Wildcats Golden Age. It doesn't have the Travis Charest story, but it's got the Jim Lee story, and that goes a long way. Is it worthy of an evergreen? Absolutely not. Hell no. I would rather have Jim Lee. What's the shitty Superman story by Brian Azzarello?
For Tomorrow.
I'd rather have For Tomorrow.
What about Batman and Robin the Boy Wonder?
And I love you, Peter, but God no, it's so bad. Like, it's a good art book. It's a good art book. But the story is just awful. It's not even the Alan Moore, or Joe Casey, or even the Scott Lobdell story. It is the shitty Brandon Choi story that you chose. And I cannot. No, Peter. No, hell no. Like, and I love Jim. I think I bought 5 copies of Wildcats #1. I think I bought 3 copies of Wildcats 2 because it had that the hollow foil chromium.
And then God help you if you want to track down a clean non-hollow foil copy of number 2.
Oh yeah, the new
white, and they're really hard to get. Yeah.
Damn, man. But it's one of the few rare times. It is the only time we get X-Men in absolute format, though. So you almost got me there, Peter. Almost. So yeah, right now it's tough. I think your Long Halloween choice might get it. Planetary is a sure bet. Death, I don't think it's anything special without Sandman. I think Sandman is what makes Death special. Wildcats, you can go to hell. Why did you even come on? I love you, though. I love you. All right. I'm going to let Illuminati speak. What do you think of the Crisis choices, my friend?
So Planetary already touched on a little bit. I would lean more towards the Authority. Batman, the Long Halloween, very strong pick. I kind of like because I feel like 2 Batmans are going to make it into the top 10 just because, it's Batman. And I kind of like the 1-2 punch of Year One and then Long Halloween, which would nix out my Hush vote, but I do like it. So I would definitely lean towards yes. I do kind of agree with Omar on Death. I think if we're going to put anything Sandman in there, I think it should just be Sandman. I think the scale and scope of the story, amazing art. I think that's a great place to start for anybody that wants to get into Sandman, and in this format especially. Wildcats is a wild card. Part of me really kind of wants this to go. I probably haven't read any of this material for years and years and years and years. I do think the art is the favorable part of this title, but very similar to Why the Last Man and Top 10, this is kind of an underdog choice that I kind of want to throw a yes into the hat and kind of see what happens. But that could be nostalgia getting in the way there. So a little iffy on that, very similar to Why the Last Man and Top 10. Yes on Batman Long Halloween, no brainer there. Planetary and Death are leaning towards no for sure, but I think Batman Long Halloween is going to go far in the listing for sure.
Okay. Jake, thoughts, prayers.
So Planetary, I feel strongly with. I think that is just such a standalone thing. Long Halloween, I would say if we only picked one Batman story, that would be the one that I would pick. The whole trilogy I love. Dark Victory is my favorite, but I was too scared to pick it because it was a volume 2. Death. See, the thing is,
Dark Victory is a volume 3.
Really?
Haunted Night.
Haunted Night has Catwoman win in Rome, though, isn't that the sequel? So it's both. You can put Haunted Night first or third.
In chronological or publishing order, how are we doing this? You know what?
Well,
fuck it. Never mind. Go ahead, Jake. My bad. I don't want to actually.
As I was saying, I own Sandman. I got the Absolutes. I got the box set of trade paperback. I even have the Helm edition, which you can see next to those passions. So if I were to only have picked one Sandman book for the Absolute, it would have to be the one that I thought had the art that warranted it. No disrespect to any of the artists who worked on any of the Sandmans. I think Sandman is amazing, but I think Overture is the one that I thought specifically did unique enough stuff with the Absolute format to warrant it being, because again, just because Sandman, say we pick Death, right? That doesn't mean Sandman's not available in 15 other formats. It just means what Absolute should always be available, So I don't think we have to pick what should be the new reader. We just pick what should be the Absolute always available. And a lot of these books have formats that are always available.
Okay.
Wildcats, I have no opinion on. It's cool that it flips out. I bought it. I don't think I'll ever read it. It's a little too 90s for me.
That should be the Boys and the Brave t-shirt. I bought it. I don't think I'll read it. I love it. I'm looking like a true collector, my friend. All right, Omnibo, thoughts on my buddy, your fellow Australian New Zealander?
Well, it's such a New Zealand choice to pick Wildcats, isn't it? that's bonkers. That's just crazy. I don't get that at all. I mean, no, not at all. Death, however, yeah, that is a beautiful book. And I don't think you need Sandman with it. Yeah, it helps, but I think you can read that as a standalone. It really does work on its own. I think it's really great. Batman: The Long Halloween, that's probably my pick if I had to pick a Batman book. And Planetary, well, I've already said that what my thoughts are on Planetary. Yeah, I guess that's my thoughts on that row. I'm stumped at Jake's. I've got it in multiple different formats. So how many people out there have multiple formats of the one book? Do people be able to afford that?
Dude, we can do a whole show. We can do a whole show about Jake in multiple formats.
I'm going to send you the TikTok.
Jake doesn't speak for the everyman. Jake speaks for the rich man in America. And that's okay. Lars, what do you think of my buddy crushingcrisis.com's picks?
Yeah, sorry for a moment there. My computer had to restart. Also, when I'm gone, it makes people realize how much they miss me. So that's what I do.
Wait, he was gone?
Let's
You
see.
were gone?
It's gone. Batman: The Long Halloween, absolutely positively. Again, I lament that I personally do not own a copy. I think that it is something truly special. So rockets right to the top for me. I actually can defend Death as standing alone from Sandman. I think you can access it, and I think it's a touching type of story a lot of people do like and would gravitate toward. So yeah, I think it does stand on its own. Does it launch in the top 10? I'm not sure. I'll vote for it.
Okay.
Wildcats.
Wildcats.
Come on, Wizard Magazine.
Yes. Isn't that the Wizard Magazine cover they use for the Absolute?
Yes, that is the Wizard Magazine cover, I believe. I mean, it is one of those things where like I've never really gotten there with Wildcats. I mean, Jim Lee's art is Jim Lee's art. He's a tremendous artist, but I don't know. I read Wildcats. I'm like, Jim, what are you doing? I'm not sure he knows what he's doing. I did actually enjoy some of the later ones, like James Robinson takes over the title at some point, and I'm like, oh, this is quite good. It's gonna be. I respect its place in comicdom. I might have a hard time voting for this one, but yeah. But but again, as a landmark of the '90s, sure, yeah. I wonder. I mean, it's not what it's sold. I wonder what it's sold if it's still a little bit popular. Yeah.
Harvey Picar, always bet on Brown, my friend. You get your money back. All right. Now we do have to get to the point where we're voting. So really quick, everybody has agreed on my picks.
Whoa! I didn't get to go on that.
Sandman Volume 1, Crisis.
Hold on, whoa!
Dude, I didn't get to vote on the previous
I don't think
thing.
you even hear from Bacter or Jess on me.
No.
God bless America. I'm so sorry. Go ahead. All right, let's go back. I'm so sorry to Peter's stupid ass Wildcats. All right, go ahead. Who gets to go next? Omnidog or Bacter?
I'll go real quick. Planetary, it's on my list already. Death, I feel like it works better. I've already said I'm fine with it in omnibus format with Sandman. Batman: The Long Halloween, I told Peter last night that I am slowly warming up to Tim Sale's artwork. I love it on Superman for All Seasons. This was a pain pill purchase, the omnibus, and I have yet to read it all again. So I don't know how I feel about Long Halloween. I'm not just the art. It's just not doing it for me.
Not doing it.
And Wildcats, the best thing I can say is I bought it for $75 and then immediately sold it for $200. So that helped my health care.
Yes, this is the home collector edition. You're on the wrong channel again.
No,
right.
Everybody knows I needed health insurance, so it's okay.
We all do. Bacter, what do you think of Crisis's list?
I love the art on all of these books. I'm a huge Jim Lee fan, and I am actually a Tim Sale fan. Long Halloween, a very good, like influential Batman book, inspired Christopher Nolan and all the Dark Knight movies. I think I'm of the camp of Sandman Volume 1 over Death, but Death would still be, like I said, on that, like the 10th level, like right there, but I don't know.
Overture above it.
Man, J.H. Williams III. Yeah.
Yo, can you just flip out and out and out?
And then we already talked about how great Planetary is.
If you're going to showcase J.H. Williams III, you might as well showcase Promethea.
I'm waiting for the In Materia collection.
Yes.
Never going to happen. I've been waiting 7 years. All right. Next up is this guy's choices, which is Day Tripper, Sandman, Chris Hemsworth, Batman Year One. Nobody chose Batman Year One. I'm really surprised about that.
It was on my list. It was on my list.
I mean, this is like David Mazzucchelli's artwork, and I'm surprised no one besides Lars chose Crisis. Lars, did you choose Crisis?
No, he chose top 10.
No, it was on my alternate. It was like my second. It was my second backup.
That hurts. Day Tripper, I'm really impressed that you all chose. Like two of you all chose Day Tripper. I think it's a very important book. I think to me, like if I were to represent absolute editions, I would want something. I would want an event book. I would want a Batman book. I would want a book that would make me buy a second volume, and I would buy a book that stands on its own. And when I think of standing on its own, I think of Day Tripper.
Wait, are you?
Isn't it our turn to talk
talking
about
on your?
Cell?
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry
Wow.
about that.
Propaganda.
All right, go ahead, Peter. What do you think of these amazing choices?
All right, we've already talked about Day Tripper ad nauseum. Standing Volume 1, I've read that so many times. I jumped straight to Absolute. I never had it in any prior format. I think even though it's a Volume 1, it's actually fine to just read on its own. You don't need to know that there's more Sandman. I don't think we need to give it that Volume 1 tax we often apply on the show. Crisis on Infinite Earths, I mean, it's my namesake. It is dense as F, but you know, I mean, it's the definitive DC event. I don't find it to be particularly readable, but it's something. I'm speechless. I mean, it's its own iconic thing that kind of exists. Do I think it has to be one of the 10 DC absolutes that are always evergreen? Kind of, because I do think it's like the holy text of the DC universe in some ways, but I guess I'll decide when we vote. I hate Batman Year One. I hate it. I don't vibe with Frank Miller at all. I don't understand why he writes characters like he does. I don't understand why he writes gender politics like he does. I read his books and I just feel hate.
Wow.
I'm sorry, it's not my turn to talk, but you hate Batman Year One.
I believe this is the reason that I had a falling out with like half of the Riley Facebook group, because I was like, it's just about men and their dicks. And everybody's like, "Whoa, Miss Andrea." I'm like, sorry about it.
Well, I mean,
both metaphorically and literally. That's I don't like it. I've tried.
Peter is entitled to Peter's thoughts, and that's okay.
Robin's not even in that book.
All right.
I'm glad I got one laugh at that one.
Illuminati, what do you think of these amazing choices?
Day Tripper, I already talked about. I stand by what I said, even though Omar hates that, but I do stand by it. This is my Sandman pick. I think this is where it should just start. I'm very surprised that only one person chose Sandman.
The smartest guy here had to choose it, though.
I thought for sure there would be at least 2 to 3 people that chose Sandman and Swamp Thing, but only Sandman made it. So Sandman, very similar to that of Watchmen, like just very important comic books there. And I think it is, again, lends awesomely to the Absolute Edition. I do, what the heck? I do really like the idea of having an event book in there. And I think this is probably the event book that needs to be an Absolute, especially some of those dialogue heavy panels where there's 1.5 million words on a page at once. It'll make those sections a little bit easier to read. And then Absolute Batman Year One, I do respect its place in history for Batman as an origin story. I don't love it as much as other people do, but I would like the idea, which I said during the last slide, of Batman Year One, Long Halloween, 1-2 punch as far as Evergreen.
You know what? I like that too, Illuminati.
Yeah.
I like that.
I'm on to something here.
He's not even voting for Hush, which he picked. I love it.
I think it's great. All right, Jake. Why am I so great?
I love. Here's the thing. Yes, Volume 1 of Sandman is where you should start reading Sandman, but most people don't start reading Sandman in the Absolute Edition. If you could only have one issue of Sandman in the Absolute Edition, I got to be honest, most of Volume 1, I'm going to get attacked for this because I love Sandman, isn't the most, it's a little boring. He was figuring out what his series was going to be. It doesn't pick up, I think, until after, like, towards the end of Volume 1, when you get, like, the storyline with Death, which is included in Death. I feel like if you were to pick one Sandman Absolute that's special, you should go Death, Overture, or Volume 5. because those at least are unique enough to
Death
warrant.
Overture or okay, so
Volume
you're thinking
5.
prequel, spin-off, or the aftermath.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
What I'm saying is Sandman, you can read it in deluxe or omnibus and it's fine. The only ones that warrant the absolute, I think, are those special ones. You know what I mean? Like Sandman.
I think Sandman is one of those special cases where I think you need it in absolute format.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I agree.
What I'm saying is all 7 volumes all the time.
I wouldn't. Yes, absolutely. If you love it, I think there is certainly a want for it. Yeah, it's
and
to me,
again,
to me,
in every format.
At least to me, it's that important. It's that important. Year 1 is too small of an absolute edition. It is.
Well, at least year 1
you get both you get both colors, Bruce. You get the original colors and you get the new colors. Go ahead, Jake. Back
to me. I like Crisis on Infinite Earths because again, it's 2 books. You get the little companion extra. I got mine signed by Marv Wolfman this year, so it's very special to me. There's so many characters.
Look at you throwing names out there. All right.
Oh yeah, me and Marv were hanging out, And then I pulled out my deluxe edition. He signed that, and then I pulled up my trade paperback, and he said, "Why do you have so many copies of this book?"
Did he ask you if you've read it?
I just looked at the pictures. There's too many words to read. Year 1, you get both colors. But to be honest, I don't know if I'll ever read my absolute again now that I have the artist edition, which does have every page.
Oh my God. What if they made an absolute You know what? Here's the thing, John. I actually don't mind I don't mind Cry for Justice. James Robinson actually had something going with the character of Prometheus, but that's just me. I know a lot of people hate that story. A lot of people hate that
we didn't see an absolute Promethea on this list, but
well, because you're waiting for the Immateria collection.
Crisis. I can get behind Crisis and Day Tripper for sure.
All right, but not year 1 because you don't like year 1, right?
No, just once you've read it in the artist edition, I can't go that small.
You can't go that small. You were just talking about the compact editions.
There's not a compact of year 1.
No, but you were talking about how this could be in the compact.
I said I didn't like reading Watchmen in the compact comic. That was too small.
All right. Omnibo, what do you think of this amazing list?
So Batman Year 1, I was really, really wanting that on my list. It was very, very tough to take that off. So I agree. I think that's a great omnibus. It is a little on the thin side, but I think it's still a very good book. Crisis on Infinite Earths, I mean, come on. That's an absolute classic. I would totally go for that one, if I'm being honest. Day Tripper, I've already given you my thoughts. And Sandman, no.
Not a fan of Sandman. That's okay. That's okay. A lot of Australians don't get Sandman. A lot of New Zealanders don't get Sandman. That's okay. Lars,
yes.
Let me hear your amazing thoughts about this amazing.
Well, Crisis on Infinite Earths again. I very nearly picked myself, and the absolute.
Yeah, of course you did.
I think it looks sharp and classy in an absolute edition, and it's got that second book with all the supplemental material. Yeah. I have an odd relationship with that Alex Ross, George Perez, because I bought the artwork because I bought the poster. I was living in LA and I bought the poster and I wanted the poster mounted so I could put it on the wall. I took it to this business in LA and I said, can you mount my poster for me? And they said, sure, no problem. That was a Saturday. I go back on the Wednesday to collect my poster and the entire business was gone.
Are you gonna hold that against my choices?
Yeah, it's
I think you should.
It's like it was some sort of scam so they could get my poster and then like
somebody please clip that.
And somehow Omar was responsible, I bet.
I am not proud of this.
Lars, I'm not your therapist. I don't know what to do.
Omar has your poster, I guarantee it.
I was so shocked that they were gone. Like they were like all the walls were empty. I was standing out the sidewalk and I was going, but where's my poster?
And there was a guy that said there's never been a poster store there.
There's never been a poster store here ever. We don't know what you mean.
Yes, what an amazing Twilight Zone ending. All right, Lars.
All right, Crisis. Yes, Crisis is a yes for me. Batman Year 1's a yes for me. I'm so glad you picked this one over The Dark Knight Returns because if anything, I think it's The Dark Knight. I did not read The Dark Knight Returns when it came out. I had to read it in the 90s, and I'm sure if you were there at the time, it was just, you know, an explosion in the comics consciousness. But there's parts of Dark Knight Returns I'm like is not very good. Year One I think holds together better. Sandman, this is an odd one because
why?
It takes a while for Sandman to get going. You know, I mean, Gaiman admits
it takes till about issue 10 to get going.
Which is how many
by
issues
the time you get to
volume 1?
Death,
There's 10.
I mean, the first.
You know what? You're in luck, Lars, because all that is collected in volume 1.
Oh, is it really?
Yes.
Well, no. Issue 1 really sets things up wonderfully, and then it, like I say, it's good. It's a persistently good comic, but it's sort of like what is going. It does. I don't think it becomes a great one until Season of Mist. I think Season of Mist is where you're like, whoa, this is really quite great.
We can't make a volume 2.
Yeah, I know.
But
with absolutes, I don't know. There is a nice sense when it's like this is complete, cover to cover. You know, Crisis is complete. Year One is complete. I don't know. Voting for a volume 1 in this case is a little odd.
Oh my gosh, Lars!
I'm gonna have to say no. Sandman's, and again, as a lot of people said, I'm actually sort of happy with Sandman Deluxe editions. I don't know that I need it blown up, so that's an odd one for me. I mean, it's a worthy pick. I don't blame you for picking it, but I don't know.
You do, Lars. Omni Dog.
But if you do, it'd be Overture you'd want blown up, right?
Go ahead. Omni Dog.
No, I would pick this for Overture.
My thoughts on Day Tripper Deluxe is fine. Thoughts on Sandman Omnibus is fine. Batman Year One, that's a good choice. I approve of that. Crisis on Infinite Earths. I think it's high time for me to speak up on this book because I was an active comic buyer when this thing was coming out. It was impenetrable then, and it's impenetrable now. It is just a whole lot of what the hell is happening here, and
no matter how many drinks you buy it, it's impenetrable.
That's correct. I know it seems to be worshipped, and I do not know why. That book is practically unreadable. I am not a fan.
Unreadable?
Is it because no one gets called a jackbooted fascist in it?
I don't give a shit.
Unreadable.
I'm over this whole thing right now. I don't give a shit. I'm not
angry. We gotta go to the votes. We gotta vote.
Wow, unreadable. I've never heard anybody's. Okay,
it's just.
But you know what, Jess? That is your choice, my friend. That is your choice.
It's the wrong choice, but it is.
No. It is your choice.
That's
okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
Wait, Jess. How do you have Crisis on Infinite Earths collected in your library?
In the trash, it sounds like.
Absolute.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jess. Do you what format do you own it on?
I own the absolute version.
Okay, that's good enough. All right, Actor, which I know you got to get going, buddy.
Yes, great picks, Omar. Sandman, like I said, Volume 1, like being able to have this evergreen and have introduce someone to this world and this universe. Crisis on Infinite Earths, most influential DC book of all time, and I think should always be evergreen and a snapshot of this period. And then Batman Year One, I like personally more than Dark Knight Returns, but I think they're both like hand in hand as far as importance and then evergreen nature. Like I think you have to have these seminal Batman books. So all of these are great picks.
Thank you so much, my friend. All right, let's get to voting. Because I know Bacter's got to go. I know my buddy Omnibo's got to go. So
we have Bacter and Omnibo's votes already secured. So it will be a little bit of drama for the viewers because you won't know what they voted until we have the final tally.
Awesome. So before Bacter and Omnibo go, Omnibo.
Oh, hang on. I'm not going yet. I'm just I'm messaging the boss, so we'll see. I might just have to go something.
Well, before Bacter gets to go, I'm gonna highlight my dude and let him tell you where you can find him.
Yes, thank you very much. My comic book channel is at This Comic Cooks, and my Star Wars channel is at Trust in the Force. Thank you very much. Omar, you are an amazing person. I love everything that you do, and I love all the minties out there. So thank you very much for having me. It was an honor to join you.
Dude, you are always welcome back. As long
Good
as you
to meet you, dude.
Thank you.
Long,
Yes,
as
and
long
great
as you
to meet
keep agreeing
everyone
with me, Vector. Okay?
Omar
Nice if
sucks.
anyone's ever been on the screen, we're supposed to be mean to each other.
He's leaving. That's why he's saying nice words.
I love everyone here, and I love all of everyone's picks. There was not a single bad pick amongst everyone here.
Okay, but your least favorite pick. What was your least? Be honest. What was your least favorite pick?
As soon as Vector leaves, we're not voting for any of his goddamn picks.
Vector, if you voted out one, what was your least favorite?
I gotta say Wildcats. I'm sorry.
People don't like Spawn. You people don't like Wildcats.
I'm
like some of you weren't even alive
What do
in
you mean, you
1992.
people? What do you mean, you people?
Well,
that's the honesty I like.
Peter had typed in the feed. I have a pick that I think will get 0 votes. And I was like,
Vector's
"Oh,
out of here.
I'm interested.
Vector,
now."
be good, my friend.
Thank
we will
you.
see you again.
See you, Vector.
All right.
All right, it's time for some voting, y'all. Let's scroll up to the first slide of picks, and I'm going to be briskly going through everybody in the order that they picked. We just need yes and no's.
Tyler?
Everybody got to submit their long verbal essays on these books already. So we're voting first on Tyler's picks. So Jake on All-Star Superman.
Nah.
I need a yes or a no so I can actually hear you.
Okay, no, I'm sorry. I thought
No. Okay. Batman Hush.
No.
Okay. And Kingdom Come.
No.
Okay. Jake confirmed hater. Lars, All-Star Superman.
No, thank you.
Okay.
You need
New
to know.
Frontier.
I mean, I will yield a popular opinion and go yes.
Batman Hush.
No, thank you.
Okay, and Kingdom Come is one of your picks. Omni Dog, All-Star Superman.
Yes.
Lovely. Batman Hush.
No.
And Kingdom Come.
Yes.
All right. And Omar, All-Star Superman.
I'm going to go ahead and say yes across the board because we need these aren't my favorites, but God bless. Yes, we need a representation of Jim Lee, and it's got to be Batman Hush. It ain't as sure as hell going to be Wildcats. Darwin Cook's New Frontier is a masterpiece. So is Kingdom Come and All-Star Superman. I see why people love it. It's very important.
You know what?
People.
I changed my mind. I say yes to Batman Hush.
Wait,
Can
I
I do
also
that?
changed my mind. I also say yes to Batman. I'm just kidding.
That's the
okay.
uncanny.
Let's not take
Omar
things too
effect.
far.
That's the
All right.
uncanny
I am a no on All-Star Superman, a yes on New Frontier, a no on Hush, and a yes on Kingdom Come. None of these are unanimous, so we will definitely have to keep voting.
Really?
We are now on to the next set of slides.
Okay.
From
Jake.
Excellent. So first we go to Tyler on Justice League World's Greatest Superheroes.
Nah.
No.
He needs a no. He needs a no.
It's hard, hard to cross.
No on,
nice hard vowels.
superheroes.
All right, Sandman Overture.
No.
Day Tripper.
No.
And you've already picked New Frontier yourself. Okay, we go to Lars. Who already Lars, Justice League World Greatest Superheroes.
No, thank you.
Sandman Overture.
No, thank you.
And Day Tripper.
No, thank you.
Lars.
Omni Dog.
No.
What the fuck is going on, guys?
Wow.
These aren't bad picks.
No,
I'm
they're not bad picks. That's
I'm
not
sorry,
what
I
I'm
wasn't
looking for.
basic
They're
and
not
saying-
bad picks, but you know.
Okay. Omar, Justice League World's Greatest Superheroes.
Fuck. Over Kingdom Come? No. Sandman? No. Day Tripper? Absolutely.
Well,
New
you
Frontier?
picked it.
Yes.
Yeah, and you've already voted for New Frontier. Okay.
Yeah.
I am a no on World's Greatest Superheroes. I don't think I was convinced. I'm a no. I'm a no on Overture. I can't put it in my top 10, even though I dearly love it. And I'm a no on Day Tripper as established. Okay, moving on.
Ouch. Wait, you didn't get Omnibo's vote.
He already. Oh, I'm sorry, Omnibo. You put yours in the sheet, so I've been skipping you. Do you want to do it out loud?
I wasn't sure how it works.
Let the man
I'll get you out loud
in the
going
eyes.
from here.
You're
We'll
saying
just
no,
do it for
in
the
the
fun of
eyes.
it. Okay. Onward we
Okay,
go.
So we're starting from this one. It
Yeah,
was
so on Justice League.
Okay, so
I'm
All-Star
sorry.
Superman I picked. That was one of mine.
Yeah.
New Frontier is a no. Batman Hush is a no. Kingdom Come is a yes. And Justice League World's Greatest Superheroes is a yes. Sandman is a no. Day Tripper is a hell yes.
All right, and then we are caught up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
All right,
I'm
on
starting to see the
to-
people that have read Day Tripper and the people that have not read Day Tripper. I'm starting to see a difference here. Okay.
My whole book club read Day Trip.
On to the
But they
picks
couldn't
from
even read it
Bo,
correctly.
please.
Omnivo, all right.
All right, so Tyler on J. Oh wait, hold on. I'm in the wrong set of here. Wrong set of picks. Tyler on. Why am I so confused?
On
It's okay.
Sinestro.
So Tyler's voted
On
yes on
Sinestro.
All-Star, no on Day Tripper.
All right, Tyler on Sinestro.
No.
All right, and I know I'm confused. And Tyler on Watchmen.
Yes.
Okay. Jake on Sinestro.
Nah, I'd rather read the Omni.
Okay. Jake on Watchmen.
I'm gonna get chewed alive if I say no, so I'll say yes.
Lars on Sinestro.
I think weirdly you persuaded me. Yes, I'll vote yes.
Okay, and Lars on Watchmen.
I still am not convinced it benefits from being bigger, but I guess I'll go yes.
Omnidog on Sinestro.
No.
Omnidog on Watchmen.
Yes.
Sorry, these are both picks, right? Omar on Sinestro.
Yeah.
Yeah, good work, Omar.
And Omar on Watchmen.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm a yes on both. So Watchmen is our first universal pick, not
Good work,
unsurprisingly.
Yeah.
All right.
Watchmen's
I wish I was braver.
All right, onward to
You're the brave in the boys, not the braver in the boys.
yeah, not the bravest boy, as it turns out.
All right.
On to
Lars's
Lars.
picks.
All right, we've already done Kingdom Come, so I'm going to be starting from JLA Avengers here. Tyler and JLA Avengers.
No.
Whoa.
Okay.
Who said
Tyler,
no?
Tyler's coming in bold. Tyler on top 10.
No.
Tyler on Authority.
Yes.
Jake on JLA Avengers.
I like that it's out of print. I'm gonna say no. I want people to pay what I did.
Jake on top 10.
Bitter.
That's not a good reasoning.
That was a let
What
them
is
eat
my
cake moment
reason?
from Jake.
It's Jake's reason.
Jake on top 10.
I'm a hard yes.
Jake is hard. Jake
I'm a
on
wreck
Authority.
yes.
That was also yes on
If
Authority.
I only
Jake.
get one Wildstorm book, I'm saying no.
Oh,
You get more than one. You get more than one.
Nobody said that.
He's
Do
voting
we-
for Wildcats. Let him
Everyone
go.
else said we only got one Alex Ross book, so
No, we didn't say that
I-
either.
I didn't agree to that. No.
Oh
No.
my goodness. Votes are votes.
then I'm even
Bo.
a harder no on Authority. Just because
Bo,
I'm
JLA Avengers.
Yes.
Bo, top 10.
No.
Bo, Authority.
You'll like it.
Yeah.
Authority, yes.
Okay. Omnidog, JLA Avengers.
No.
Omnidog,
What?
top 10.
Yes.
Omnidog, Authority.
Yes.
Yes, no top 10, but not jail. What the is going on?
Omar, JLA Avengers.
Yes, absolutely. 100. Yes, all day, every day.
Omar, top
Didn't pick
10.
it.
No.
Omar, Authority.
My vote goes to Planetary instead of Authority. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
we only get one.
Vote
We've
for
all
both.
agreed.
We don't
Wow.
just
I
vote
was
for what you want to vote.
sure.
I'm gonna vote no on Authority. I think it's gonna make it, so I'm gonna go vote no. I can't believe JLA.
We saw how
Avengers
the
got
election
a
went.
no.
Ah. Okay. I was
You're a
sure
fool.
we'd come out of that one with the universal pick, but we did not. I'm a yes in JLA Avengers and a yes in
Thank you.
Authority, and no on top 10.
All
now
right.
we move on to the next slide, please.
Holy crap! What happened? Omnidog.
Omnidog. So we've already done New Frontier. We'll be starting from Planetary. Tyler on Planetary.
I'll say no.
Ooh, spicy. Tyler on Green Arrow, Green Lanto.
Yes.
Tyler on Justice.
Yes.
What?
Jake
I thought you
on
don't read all the
Planetary.
comics.
What's
I'm a hard yes
happening?
on Planetary.
Jake on Green Lanto, Green Arrow.
I call me a jackbooted fascist, but I'm a no.
Jackbooted Fastest says what on Justice?
Yeah, it'd be my second pick for Alex Ross if we get 2.
Okay,
No, you
Lars
can't
on
say that. Yes or
Planetary.
no. Yes
Well,
or
now,
no.
well, now I'm feeling a little petulant over like, oh, we can only have one Wildstorm pick.
Vote for whatever you want to vote.
What? I guess. Well,
Not Lars. He sucks at voting. Go ahead, Lars.
thank you. I mean, I will.
Oh, I skipped Bo.
I will actually
Lars.
have my deals and vote yes for Planetary.
Good
but,
man.
Lars
I
on
will
Green
not sell
Lantern,
out like
Green
the other
Arrow.
I will vote no for a Green Lantern. Green.
And Lars on the concept of justice.
Absolutely.
Okay. Back to Bo. Bo on Planetary.
No across the board.
Ooh.
No.
What do you like?
Wow.
Omni Dog
Omar on Planetary.
fatality. I'm yes on Planetary.
Omar on Lantern Arrow.
God bless. This is hard because I think we need some. You know what? I'm gonna go yes and yes on all 3.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You put
Okay.
Justice above Justice League?
No, I'm voting for both. I'm not an idiot. Yeah.
I, for the record, am all yes on this because I picked
My man.
Planetary. I already voted for New Frontier. I'm a yes on Arrow Lantern. I'm a yes on Justice.
So these are solid choices. I like them.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
All right, now we're on to
Right.
Vector, who's not here to defend.
Who's
himself.
not here? Let's bust on it. That guy sucks.
So
right.
nice. I've never done a stream with a nicer person. Everybody's pick, it was like Family Feud. He was like, I love every pick you've done.
Dude,
I was like,
yeah.
except Wildcats, apparently.
Yeah,
Okay,
he hates
So
he
we're
hates
only
everybody.
voting on Black Mirror and why? Because we already got the other 2. Tyler on Black Mirror.
I'm gonna go with no.
Wow.
Tyler and why?
I'm gonna say yes.
Ooh, Jake on Black Mirror.
I want to be strategic with our Batman picks, but I don't know what everyone else is voting. But I'll say yes.
Jake on why?
No, it's been sitting on my shelf staring at me forever.
Bo on Black Mirror.
Yes.
Bo on why?
No.
Lars on Black Mirror.
It's worthy, but I can't vote for 3 Batmen, so no.
Ooh, Lars on why?
No, unfortunately. Yeah.
It's not Batman,
Omni-
Lars.
Yes, I know.
Omni
Yes,
Dog.
I'm aware of that.
On Black Mirror.
Yes.
Omnidog on why?
No.
Omar
Cowards.
on Black Mirror.
Cowards. Yes, on both. Black Mirror and White.
Oh, on both.
Solid choices. I'm
And
surprised
on the
somebody
yes
went
and
Preacher.
yes on Black Mirror, no on why. Now we
No.
come to my picks.
I'm sorry,
we've
you guys
already
are
talked about-
sexist and don't like Pierre Guerra. It's all right.
Wow.
It's okay.
We've already talked about Planetary. Tyler on Batman: The Long Halloween.
Yes.
Tyler on Death.
No.
Tyler on Wildcats.
No.
All right, Jake on Batman: The Long Halloween.
I'll vote yes on all 4 if you follow me back on Blue Sky.
No, Jake, we can't. God damn it.
The horse trading round has already passed. This is the
Okay,
voting round,
I'm
so-
yes on Long Halloween, and I'm yes on Death. I'm no on Wildcats.
Okay. Bo,
I'm going to give Death a yes.
what about
And I'm
Long
going to give
Halloween?
Long Halloween, yes. Oh,
And
wait a minute.
Wildcat.
What did I say earlier? Yeah. And Wildcats, I'm going to give a big fat no.
Lars, Batman: The Long Halloween.
Yes to that one.
Death.
Death or Sandman? Death. Well, well, it is worthy. Yes, I'll vote yes.
And Wildcats.
Well, no, but I think you're heroic for picking it.
Omnidog and Long Halloween.
Yes.
Omnidog on Death.
No.
Omnidog on Wildcats.
No.
It's now become tradition. I have 1-0 across the board on everybody. So Omar, Batman: The Long Halloween.
Yeah.
Batman on Death, or Omar on Death.
You can call me Batman, baby.
It'd
Yeah.
be nasty.
Yes.
And Omar on Wildcats.
No.
Oh, I love you all so much. Okay.
Fatality. Get that shit
Now
out
we
of here.
come to Omar's picks. Tyler
Dude.
and Sandman Volume 1.
Yes.
Tyler and Crisis.
Yes on all 3.
Oh, okay. Efficiency.
Templar's
Jake
invited
on
back.
Sandman.
No, it's the least interesting of the 3 Sandman picks.
Jake on Crisis.
Yes.
Jake on Batman Year One.
Yes.
Bo on Sandman.
No.
Bo on Crisis.
Yes.
Bo on Batman.
Yes.
Lars on Sandman.
Gosh, this is hard.
Sam Keith, Kelly Jones.
Yeah,
Oh, she's-
I know. I'll go yes.
Lars on Crisis.
I'll go yes on all 3.
Okay, saving some time. Omnidog on Sandman.
No, yes.
Ooh.
Omnidog, I went yes across the board on your votes.
Well,
And
Yes,
what's
you
that
can't
got
be
to do with
trusted.
me?
That's not how it
I
works,
am
man.
a yes on Sandman. I'm a no on Crisis on Infinite Earths and Solidarity with Omnidog. And I'm a no on Batman Year One.
Your
So
goddamn
that's it.
name is crushing on Crisis, Peter. You wouldn't have
No.
known if it wasn't for Crisis.
Please talk amongst yourselves while I tabulate our picks as
And
quickly as
Vector's
I
already
possibly
picked.
can.
Did I get the least? Can I know if I got the least amount of votes across the board?
You'll know when we do the picks.
All right. How was everybody doing? Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget to hit that like button. And yeah, I'm glad to be back. This was a lot of fun. My wife pointed out the fact that I drank half the bottle of Maker's
Whoa.
Mark.
Whoa.
Can I just say
did
that
not-
I've heard about
I didn't
I've heard about
appreciate
Frank
her pointing that out. So this has been a lot of fun, like making the top 10 Evergreen absolutes. There's some really good choices.
It was a lot of fun. It
agree.
felt a bit tortured for a while there, but it was a lot of fun.
No,
There are
absolutely, yeah. I
A
think
lot of good picks.
a lot of great
Well,
picks.
absolutely. That's always the problem here is that we're trying to pick the best of the best. I mean, overwhelmingly, there was great picks here. Overwhelmingly.
Oh, absolutely.
I agree.
Was there any surprises? Like, was there one that you thought would be on there that wasn't?
It's Preacher.
Flashpoint.
Thing.
I really
Preacher's
thought Preacher.
gorgeous. I'm shocked no one picked it.
Which
Preacher's
one?
a
Preacher?
really pretty
Like the
absolute.
Preacher designs, they look like Bibles. Like they're gorgeous.
Transmetropolitan. People,
Trans-
I
Transmet
really like
is a bit
Transmetropolitan.
conspicuous.
It's
Yeah.
the only one I don't own.
Ooh, will we be doing a most wanted? Oh, I really like that idea, Phil.
Oh, I'd have fun
Oh,
with that
okay.
one.
Yeah.
This whole vote is invalid without Swamp Thing. I thought Swamp Thing would be another
I
one.
like
But I
the
think
colors.
The color
problem
thing has
with-
been quite a controversy.
Not
yeah.
with those
The
skanky
problem
colors.
with Swamp Thing
I
is
like the colors.
Well,
They look like moss.
Yeah, and the hardcovers are mossy as well. That's pretty unique.
dude,
Yeah.
The
They
old
look nice.
colors.
The
The
old
old colors
the old
were
colors-
part of the
well,
atmosphere.
yeah,
They were,
the
they
old
were
colors by
atmospheric.
Tatiana Wood are phenomenal. The new who's the new? Is it Steve Oliff or Paul Mounts? I can't remember who did the new colors. Steve Oliff, right? Jake.
On Swamp Thing?
I don't know. That's a Taylor question. He knows. It's the guy he's a big fan of.
Taylor. Oh no. Jose Villarrubia did not do the new colors on Alan Moore something. It's like I think it's Steve Olive or Paul Mounts. It's one of those
yeah.
guys. Jose Villarrubia did the new colors on the Absolute Swamp Thing by Len Wein and
Lane Wayne.
yeah, Bernie Wrightson. Yes.
I will say one thing about the Swamp Things that
People
I like
look-
is
thank
they
you.
make an image across all 3 spines. So when they're together, it makes an image of a tree branching across all 3 books. So that's a nice attention to detail.
Yeah.
Taylor would have put Fourth World 1 and 2. I am surprised those didn't make it either. Omar, you promised Spider-Man months ago. I have promised a lot of people
Many things to many people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As Peter know, I have
I
let
don't
down.
know it.
I have let down my family, my friends. I don't know what to say, Alexander. That is a cool name, by the way. If you go by Alexander, like if I was named Alexander, I would never let anyone call me Alex or Lex or Al. You call me Alexander.
You wouldn't say you can call me Al?
No, you call me
about Xander?
Alexander. Peter,
What
that's
about
a
Sandy?
hell of a name.
Does
No
Death
V
of
for
Superman
Vendetta.
have an absolute?
No.
Death of Superman comes out next year.
Hmm.
But so we don't have it yet. We don't have it yet.
My most hyped up one is Mr. Miracle in January. I'm stoked for that one.
That should
Damn
be
it, it's been
I can't
pushed
wait
back.
for I can't
AI
wait
is
for it.
close to Alf. Do a stream for new absolutes and just use my list. Easiest stream ever, right? Yeah. Harvey Picar had the list with absolute plop. because you know that's going to be a top. Absolute plop.
I want an absolute gaggy.
I think Stevie Wonder did the new colors. You know,
so Omar, we have something to discuss. So there's a clear and unambiguous top 11 because there are 2 universal votes. There are 3 7 of 8s, and there are 5 6 of 8s. So are we really going to go through all the no's on the 6 of 8s to see?
Let's just do top 11.
No.
Top 11. I want to go eat.
Yeah.
Well, no. If we do top 11, we got to let our viewers choose, right?
Why? No, don't get them involved. That's another half an hour.
Come on.
Wow. Wait to not.
Can we take a vote? I vote top 11.
Participate. What's up, Comics Pal? You know you're always welcome back, dude. How are you, Sean? I got to meet Sean in New York Comic Con, man. Hell of a guy. Okay. So what are you saying, Peter?
I'm saying that there's a clear cutoff at 11.
Just
11.
Top 11.
What about this? What if we list off all 11 and we all vote out one?
All right. So here's the top 11. Absolute. Planetary. Absolute JLA Avengers. Universal picks. Only 2 universal picks, really?
Only one of mine
tonight.
Okay. Where the hell is Sandman guy? He sounded.
Where's All Star Superman?
Oh yeah,
where it should be.
Wow.
I would have for all seasons or Jeff Johns Superman.
Kingdom Come and Absolute Justice made it. At Authority made it. Absolute.
Surprising.
Okay. So what do we do here, Peter? What were the 3 least voted ones?
Well, the thing is, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 least voted ones.
Is it the 6 on the bottom?
No, I'm sorry, I'm not that fast.
No. It's okay. Okay. All right. So why don't we let the chat vote for the next one? So, what were my choices? Absolute Sandman.
It's unfortunately a wide variety of yeses and nos, so there's no easy.
Wait a minute, where's All-Star Superman? You monsters didn't vote for All-Star Superman?
That's what I said.
I thought a
Oh
lot
no,
of
hold on, wait.
I regret nothing.
There is one that's going to get kicked off because I was counting one of Hunter's picks, but Hunter is not here.
Hunter's not here.
The book of these 10 that did not make the book from these 10 that did not make the cut is JLA Avengers.
Yes, keep it out of print.
Whoa, JLA Avengers. Okay, we're gonna let the audience pick that.
So now maybe you roll.
Now there's a top 10.
All right,
you take JLA Avengers out, and there's a top 10.
There's a top 10.
I'm gonna let the chat vote for the top 11. You just let me know what it is.
But I thought you just pulled out JLA Avengers, so now there's 10.
No, but then we need one. We need the chat to vote the next one, Jess.
You need a chat pick because we have a top 10.
I gotta head out, guys. But this was a blast. Thank you so much for letting me be a part of it. You can find me at the Brave and the Boys. I have poor Jordan waiting downstairs to film tonight. So,
oh boy.
Oh, okay.
He says hi.
See, dude.
Bye, guys.
Be good, man. All right, Peter, give me some choices. JLA Avengers. What else?
Let's see what else did well with the full crowd. Sandman.
Okay. I know what's gonna win.
Green Lantern, Green Arrow.
Okay.
And Sinestro Corps War.
Okay. And yeah, that's good enough. Sinestro War. Okay. All right. So in the chat, if you're still here, you can vote for the top 11 choice, which is JLA Avengers, Sandman, Green Lantern, Green Arrow, or Sinestro Corps War.
You putting a time limit on it?
I'll give it 2 minutes.
As long as we can all stay awake.
I'm awake. Wait a minute. There's only 6 of us. Where the hell did the other people go? I thought Omnibo had to go. He's like, I'm going to get yelled at by my boss.
I told my boss I'd be finished by 2 at the latest 2:30, and right now it's 2:19.
Dude, did your boss
said,
like, are you on near mint condition? Because I'll excuse that. That's all right.
My boss was a freaking champion. I expected her to make me take the day off, but she goes, "What if you work in the morning and then come back?" And I'm like, Yeah, that's cool. As long as I can still make the show.
What if you work in the morning? All right, dude. I love that you put priorities first. You put this over your job. All right.
Hey, I just sent her the link to prove that I'm still.
This is officially the longest Evergreen stream. You know what? This has flown by because of Maker's Mark. This episode is brought to you by Maker's Mark. I'm not even holding. Nobody can see me. This episode is brought to you by Maker's Mark. Not official sponsors.
You know what? James has actually told me about Drunk Omar, and we've had a little chuckle at it in the past because I've never actually seen it. And now, not only do I get to see it, I've been able to witness it live.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's awful. Nobody should have to witness this. It's bad.
No, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
I don't know. My friends would beg to differ. All right, here we go. Let's share the entire window. So this is what we have so far. And now it is up to the chat vote. Oh my God. Yeah. As you figured, the chat vote is mainly voting for JLA Avengers. So I'm going to end the poll in one more minute.
I do feel vindicated.
Go and vote. Go and vote. It is very important. We need to upgrade you from Makers, Omar. Get you some Knob Creek. I like Makers. Makers got that little bit of sweet taste. They make Makers is made in Woodford County, Kentucky. No, Bardstown, Kentucky. It's got a little bit of a sweet taste. I like it. I don't know if anybody is a bourbon connoisseur.
This is the first time I've gotten 3 out of my 4 picks picked.
Really?
This is a banner day for OmniDog.
Well, because Dom is in here with his foot on our neck.
Yeah, Dom would have dominated. We started our streams at the same time tonight. I've done a whole stream, had a shower, eaten, and you're still on. That's what happens when you're in your 40s, comic pals. Just take a couple shots of bourbon.
You will both conceive your new child and have them born before we'll be done. It's true.
I don't know about that. All right. I am ending the poll officially. And the poll
5 seconds before you reload the slide and go.
What do you think it was? I mean, seriously. All right. Oh, Peter's been keeping an eye on the poll. All right, and the final choices are, here's your top 10 and your vote. Absolute Kingdom Come, Absolute Batman Year One, Absolute New Frontier, and Universal Picks, Long Halloween, Watchmen, Absolute Crisis on Infinite Earths, Justice made it, Absolute, holy crap, Absolute Black Mirror, Absolute Authority, and Planetary made it.
Yes.
And last but not least, after a total of 69 votes, because you all voted for it. Hey, what's up, Nocturne? How are you, my friend? Absolute JLA Avengers. Even though not an official absolute, it is still a great choice. So thank you all so much for voting. Voting matters.
Yes.
At least here, the Evergreen Absolute. Man, that was a lot of fun. Holy crap. How did Sandman not make it? No Sandman made it. No Dad.
No All-Star Superman.
No. Who did not vote? Which one of you monsters did not vote for All-Star Superman?
Half the panel.
Me.
No, me. I did. That was my pick.
Wait a minute. Wait. I voted for it. So did Illuminati.
I voted for it too.
Jake, Lars, and I did not vote for it, so it only got 5 out of 6, and there were enough 6-6s that was the end of the list.
What about Vector? Did he vote for it?
Yes, because only Jake and Lars and I did not.
Lars did not vote for All-Star Superman?
I explained very thoroughly my reasons why I was opposed to All-Star Superman. This cannot come as a shock to you. I articulated beautifully.
I'm so glad your shitty-ass top 10 did not make it either. You know what?
Yeah, me too.
I voted for that. I love that book.
The difference is I knew the top 10 was going to be a big sell.
I know that Jess thought his absolute Green Lantern Green Arrow was going to make. He's like, this is a classic. This is about social commentary.
That is absolutely not how I talk or how I
liberals and conservatives getting along in today's society. No, that guy's shit out of here.
I used to be that young junkie.
Get your politics out of my comic books.
That is just not even how I sound. Shut the fuck up.
Damn it. Lars, I forgot that you added authority. He was the one that added authority.
I had the authority. Yeah.
Lars, you dumb bastard. We already had planetary. We don't need authority.
They're both great.
They are, but do we need both of them though?
Yes.
I think they're different enough. Excuse me. Again, I upheld my principles. I voted for planetary. So, you know.
Yeah, I voted for both. I will always vote for every Wildstorm book that shows up on these shows. I don't care.
I love that Lars was like,
I'll vote for Brass.
Peter, this is Wildstorm. There's got to be a Wildstorm book in there somewhere.
There's the Wildcats in this Everstream or Evergreen.
I love Wildstorm. It's my favorite universe. I would vote for everyone.
Okay.
Cybernary. How deep do you want to go? I go all the way, baby.
Get the hell out of here, man. Damn it, Lars. Yeah. You threw a wrench in there with authority, man. You suck.
You're great.
Authority I almost had whipped the votes to everybody get to vote for authority, and at the last moment there was that insurgency of like, well, I can't vote for authority and planetary, but it turned out fine because they both got it.
Yeah.
I voted for authority. I should have voted for
the made up criteria
I'll make it.
Both. And then
All-Star Superman? Are you guys kidding me?
Cannot believe that.
That's a sin. Lars, you're a bastard.
Excuse me.
Peter, I know. Look, here's the thing. I know Peter. I have no soul.
Excuse me. I have no soul. I have
Lars, you're a bastard, and Jess is a sellout. I can't believe none of you voted.
How did I become a sellout?
Jess voted for it.
I voted for All-Star Superman.
Who didn't vote for Absolute Superman?
Crisis.
Jake was the other one who didn't vote.
Jake is a freaking sellout, man. How do you not vote for Absolute Superman? What the hell, Jake? That's a good. It's not even my favorite book by Morrison or Quietly. It's okay, but I understand the importance of it.
But again, the question was: is it ideal in the Absolute format? I don't think it benefits from the Absolute format. I think
really over Jock's artwork.
I literally last week just read it. I just read Absolute All-Star Superman.
Literally can go to hell. Look at this list, man.
I just want to highlight that Vector.
We are drowning in Alex Ross right now. There are 3 freaking Alex Ross covers on the freaking list.
Well, to be
I just want to highlight Vector getting Black Mirror in. Like that was great strategic.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Flew under the radar.
Fair, Alex Ross didn't do anything for Crisis except the cover. So
I would have loved to have seen Oddfeld join us to see.
Oh, certainly.
To see what she would have chosen. And Jake is back, even though he's not supposed to be.
Okay, who called me a sellout? I have my burrito now, so I'm a little less hangry. But
Omar called you a sellout.
Oh, yeah,
are you gonna say that that's the best Superman Absolute when Jeff Johns or For All Seasons exist?
None of them you chose. This is your fault.
My fault?
Yes.
I tried to encapsulate every hero's best story. I have Superman from Justice League World's Greatest Superheroes. That's an awesome Superman story.
Go back to your Wikipedia page and see what they would have told you to vote for. Damn it, Jake, you let me down once again.
Hey, I voted for Crisis on Infinite Earths. I just, like I said, if I was used to reading Year One in that small of a size, I would have voted for it.
This stream would not be sexist without Oddfell. Hey, I tried to vote Peter artwork in there, but these guys said nope, it's not good enough. It's not as manly
not like
as
we
Jim
told
Lee.
her she couldn't be on. She just couldn't be on.
Jim Lee didn't make it on the list.
No.
That's another one. Wow, no hush.
Should I have voted for All-Star Batman and Robin the Boy Wonder?
No,
I thought about it.
No one should vote that.
I feel like that's better than Wildcats art.
Oh God.
Is it though?
Plus he goes, "Are you dense, boy?" I don't know. Batman's unhinged in that book,
and the writing is not that great. But I do love that Peter comes in with Wildcats. I think that's amazing. That's why
you missed it on the indie stream. I brought Spawn because we were voting for like heroes and stories, and I brought Spawn.
I've been watching that,
and I was like, surely Spawn, even though it's up and it's down, is like the grandpappy of the modern era of indie heroes, and it got 0 votes. Omar.
Votes for Spawn. I know. I know for the Lava Comics, Irishman did not vote for Spawn.
They did me dirty. You would have had my back on Spawn. I know.
I would have had your back on Spawn.
Did you dirty?
Peter, at this point, are you just picking stuff wackadoodle, hoping to maintain your 0 record?
You know what it is? I think in the early shows, I really wanted to like win. And then when I picked Hawkman and you guys all told me like no one cares about Hawkman, I think that was like my origin story where I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to pick the books I like regardless. And sometimes I'm going to have a surprise insurgency win and sometimes I'm going to get 0 votes. So when I looked at the list, I'm like, you know what? In the past, I might have skipped Wildcats to be like, oh, they won't like it. I'm like, no, I'm living in my truth. Wildcats is one of my favorite comics of all time. And
I'm going to head off. I think I'm the opposite. The next one, I'm not even going to vote for what I want. I'm going to vote for the most basic, generic, safe choice, so I win. So I'm the opposite.
Where can people find you, my friend?
They can find me at Aussieverse on YouTube and all the socials. Don't go subscribing to Omnibo. People keep doing that. I don't know why. There's nothing there. Go to Aussieverse. That's where we have all of our shows, and I'm usually a lot more talkative than I have been here tonight.
No, you were great.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me, Omar. Special to me when you invite me onto Near Mint Condition. I really, really appreciate it. I'm really grateful to have finally met Peter and Illuminati and Jake. It's really great to meet you guys. Adorable Omnidog.
I helped you get to 1,000. I helped you get to 1,000, buddy.
You did.
Say it was nice to meet Lars.
This guy charges for every subscriber that you get, by the way. He takes a
well, you know what? Omnidog's done more for me than you ever have, Omar, and that's a real shame.
Oh!
You know,
James, please clip that.
He's gonna watch that when he goes to sleep than you've ever done, Omar.
Wow. Omar, kick him from the stream at that point.
The greatest.
The right time to insult Omar is when he's drunk because he won't remember it tomorrow.
All right, man. Well, you know, Omnidog can travel down to fucking Australia and marry you.
I might do it now.
You won't get out of freaking Virginia, you asshole.
By the way, Omar, before I go, you know how you've got a couple of things for me and you're saying, when I come to Australia next year, I'll give them to you. I don't think you realize how big Australia is. You haven't really said where you're going. You might be like 5 hours away, mate.
Look, I'm going to New Zealand. It can't be that big, guys. It's like it's
pretty big.
I'm going to New Zealand. I'm going to give Peter a copy of Extremity, the Near Mint Condition cover, and then I owe you one. And
me.
It can't be that far away.
Can I get one of those covers too?
Like the Hobbits made it. I can do it. I assume
the Mercator projection is working against us in Omar's brain right now.
Or wherever
I'll have you know, you said you were giving me one of those covers a while ago. So our other Aussieverse member went out and actually purchased one himself and got it sent from America.
For himself, not you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, for himself. Yeah. But he went out and got the Near Mint Condition book.
Yeah. I saved one specifically for you and Peter. I don't give a crap if Peter reads Extremity if he's like, I hate Daniel Warren Johnson.
No, I actually had it in my cart yesterday, and I was like, wait, Omar has a copy for you. Don't buy it.
Yeah. I'm going to come to New Zealand and Australia. It's not that far. You can put that on a T-shirt. They're not that far.
And then you fly to Perth and go, Bo, where are you? Have a look at where that is. Okay?
Perth is not a real place. Let's keep it to real Perth, guys, not DC Comics. God bless.
Thank you very much, guys. It was really fun. Thank you to everybody in the chat as well. You've all been fantastic. And Peter, next year, mate.
It's coming.
Next year,
okay. Get my house in order.
See ya.
Be good, buddy.
See you, Bo.
I don't know how I feel about him saying Omnidog has done more for me than you have. What is that?
Wait for Dave to clip that.
What should we do an audience poll for audience to decide who's done more for them, Omar or
why is Jake still here? Jake,
he's eating. What the hell?
How is this happening? How is Jake still here?
I was gonna stay away until you called me a sellout.
I
had to come and defend myself.
No, nobody called you a sellout. We just know you are.
For the stream so that we can get to recording.
It wasn't a busy week. Omar's already beat us in the video.
Were you working with Jordan the entire time? Jordan was Googling you stuff. Actually, Jake,
he was downstairs. He said, "Can I join the stream?" And I said,
"Ouch!"
Kind of
said no.
Well, all of his picks would have been Frank Miller books that suck.
We needed more Latino.
It would have been. He would have put Dark Knight, Master Race. He would have put All-Star Batman and Robin the Boy Wonder. Unironically.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Yeah, just have Jordan replace Jake.
Do it.
Where is Dom? Is Dom here? Harvey, it's snowing hard. And wait a minute, Dom, ain't no damn way it's snowing in California. Stop.
No, they're talking about the Browns game.
Yeah, football game.
Okay. Good night, guys. You can find me at Brave and the Boys.
All right, buddy. Go take care of yourself. # Team Jordan. All right. Although Jake's other handle is saying Jake is the greatest of all time.
As soon as he leaves, look at that.
All right. Man, this was a lot of fun. I needed this, guys. I needed a distraction. Not that I needed a reason to drink, but I can always use one. This was a lot of fun. Seriously. I agree with our absolute editions. I think we needed a little Jim Lee in there and a little more Sandman in there. But other than that, it's a solid list. Like, I wouldn't mind sharing that with DC Comics.
Usually Omar has some serious misgivings about the list. We turned out.
I really think this was a solid list. I think it's very manly, right? We needed like a feminine touch in there to talk about like Wonder Woman and other absolute editions that, although Wonder Woman was written by George Perez and Brian Azzarello, so never
not
mind.
a lot of women involved, unfortunately.
Not a lot of, but a woman character, right? So that goes a long way. Lots of Batman here. 3 Batman representations. My goodness.
I mean, Wonder Woman is front and center on 2 of these books.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. She's the best part of New Frontier, I think.
Oh, yeah, she is totally passing out on that Crisis on Infinite Earths cover.
I also love her part in Justice, too.
After that shop disappeared with my poster, I did go out, buy a second Crisis poster. I did get it mounted. I did have it up on the wall of my LA apartment. And then a friend who doesn't read comics comes in and he sees the magnificent poster and he goes, "Why is there 2 Supermen and one of them is old?" I'm like, oh God, that's complicated to the not we. So yeah.
No, seriously. I think if we work for DC Comics, I think this is a solid list. Yeah, I like it.
I think a different mix in the group, possibly Dom, would have gotten Court of Owls on there. I do think looking at this from like a DC, I'm working in marketing at DC. I'm like, really, no Court of Owls? That's the one that super sticks out to me.
I think if somebody had picked Court of Owls, it would have won my vote over Black Mirror.
Yeah, I'm happy with Black Mirror.
I agree.
Over Court of Owls.
Yeah, I would have picked Court of Owls too. Yeah.
But that's the
I'm
one.
Surprised Jim Lee did not make it though. Jim Lee is huge, like a huge seller.
I think what happened though was that with like Hush is like the number 3 Batman story. We had Year One and Long Halloween, and people were getting shy about putting 3 Batman stories in there. I don't think people dislike Hush.
I voted for Hush. I voted for Hush. I mean, you monsters didn't, but I voted for Hush.
No, again, I couldn't sanction 3 Batman picks. So
I voted for Hush, but not Long Halloween.
No, you voted for Long Halloween.
I did vote for Long Halloween.
You did.
I voted for all 3 Batman books.
You voted for all Batman. No Jeff Johns either. Not Jeff Johns. Yeah, with Jeff Johns, they get a lot of love. And Johns has had Absolute Batman, Absolute Superman, Absolute Green Lantern, Sinestro Corps, and Rebirth. Sinestro Corps got my vote. I thought that was a solid choice.
I think there's a great argument for it. Like when I first saw it on the list, I'm like, this is gonna get 0. But then like talking about it, I'm like, no, actually, I wouldn't want somebody to start with the first book of John's Green Lantern. Like, it's good. It's good. I do really like it. But like, does anything fun happen in that book? I don't know. But like Sinestro, yes, something really fun happened.
Wow. No Jeff Johns makes this list a 10 out of 10. I love Jeff Johns. Mark Miller. When Mark Miller's available in absolute format. Absolute Authority
Volume 2.
Which I can't stand.
That can't be a surprise to anybody that's ever been paying attention that there's no Mark Miller.
No, Miller's written stronger Marvel stories than he has DC.
Yeah,
I agree.
Not that good. No, Red Sun I think is the best.
Oh, I like Red Sun. If
I
it
think
was
Red
in an
Sun is the
absolute.
best
yeah, but that's not absolute.
superhero comics. Yeah.
Is that coming out in absolute?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
feel- Yeah, that'll be a solid absolute.
Yeah, next year. Superman for All Season gets a soups and another cell. Oh yeah, that's a good one.
That is a great book.
I do love Red Sun though. My favorite Superman story. I think Red Sun is one of those Mark Miller stories that a lot of people agree on. Whether you like Mark Miller or not, I think it's solid. Plus, it's got some great artwork too.
Yeah.
But that is the stream for tonight. My goodness, we have gone on for 4 hours. This is officially the long. Thank you, guys. Lars is asleep.
I am.
Logan.
It is truly Lars After Dark now.
I've gone into night mode here because I have a light that's been like beaming into my eyes for like 4 hours, and I'm like, I'd like to sleep at some point.
I just want to thank the 100+ people that have stayed, 120+ people that have stayed with us all 4 hours.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, they just fell asleep with the laptop or the phone on their chest at this point.
Right,
I think,
yeah.
At this point, yeah, they've passed out of that.
Nobody actually made it to the
drive-thru,
end. Yeah.
which sounds like a good idea right now. But obviously, I've missed this. I've missed arguing with my friends. I've missed laughing. It was a lot of fun, and it's definitely, it definitely distracted me from all the crap that's going on in my head. So this was a lot of fun. So I thank you all. A 4-hour stream is just a normal Omni Dog.
That's because Jess has to catch up on all the comments.
Somebody go get Omar another bourbon and cranberry. I'm not drinking bourbon and cranberry tonight. I was drinking Coke and not cranberry, Maker's Mark. And my wife told me to slow down. And I am listening to my wife. I will slow down. But before we leave tonight, I do want to thank my wonderful co-hosts for being here. Illuminati was not ready for a 4-hour stream. He was like, okay, man, I'll be there for 2-3 hours. I'm good. I told my lady 3 hours. And here he is 4 hours later, still hanging out with us.
Nerdy, where are you? Is this your man cave or something? I mean,
he's got his own neon sign.
It's like a loft.
I see. Okay, no, you're right. Now I see it around your head.
His wife had that. Look at that sign. His wife had that made for him.
Well, that is true.
Did you get that copyrighted?
Yeah.
You better do it before Omar jumps it.
Let me tell you something right now. As my good friend, as a copyright lawyer, you need to copyright everything that you have behind you or whatever you say before some asshole on the internet copyrights it. Because every time you say it and every time you use it on your video, they will take a percentage of what you make. And I will be that person. So I'm going to go ahead and copyright Stay Nerdy.
And that's why we say fine condition on the Omnibox channel.
I own OmniDogsVault.com. I own OmniDogsVault.net. No, I'm kidding, man. Where can people find you, my friend?
You can find me at Illuminati_ on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. That's all the socials. Mainly on YouTube. That's where I post most of my content. Reviews, overviews, top 10s, top 5s, listing videos, discussions, you name it. I try to cover it. Just love comics, so I just cover all of them, including manga. I do have some manga content there as well.
All right. Thank you so much for that, James. What about you, Lars? What are you working on these days, my friend?
Lars Pearson, Norwegian Press. With Lance Parkin, I co-write A History, which is the definitive timeline to Doctor Who, now terrifyingly over 1 million words. And I just filed the paperwork, solicitation paperwork for a new volume of Thank you, James. For a new volume of About Time, which is our guidebook series, putting every Doctor Who story in the social political context in which it was made.
Okay. And what about you, Omni Dog? Where can people find you, my friend?
You can find me on Omni Dog's Vault on YouTube. I have a Discord. I'm on Blue Sky under Omni Dog's Vault. Omni Dogs __ Vault on Instagram. What's that?
Are you sure about that Blue Sky, Jess?
I need to kill the other one that I made 2 years ago. Yeah. But I think James,
why did you make 2 Blue Sky accounts?
Because of what you said. 2 years ago, Blue Sky was kind of brand new, and I said, "Oh, I better get my OmniDog set up there," and then I never went back. And then there was a big push a couple weeks ago for everybody to do Blue Sky, and I said, "Oh, I'll do Blue Sky, and I'll put OmniDog's Vault." So now there's 2 accounts, and one of them I have to kill somehow. Okay. But the OmniDog's Vault, James has the proper one right there. Thank you, James. And the Discord is fun. We have a lot of fun in my Discord.
That's his Discord right there. And Lars, how many volumes of About Time are out at the moment?
Yeah, we currently have 9. But the Tom Baker volume, 2nd edition, is split in 2. So technically there's 10. And then I just filed another one, which is going to be another 2nd edition. So of a previously reduced book. Yeah.
Thank you. Who's your favorite Doctor, Lars?
Sylvester McCoy.
The 7th Doctor.
The
guy that made the Transformers and Death Set.
Yes, he was. Who I will see next week at Chicago TARDIS, which is in Chicago. Escape from your family on Thanksgiving. Go to a Doctor Who convention. Sylvester McCoy will be there. Paul McGann, Fraser Hines, and Wendy Padbury will be there.
Not this time. Crisis, what about you, my friend? Where can people find you?
Well, my primary home on the internet for over 24 years now is crushingcrisis.com. It has guides to the vast majority of Marvel characters, how to collect them in their reading orders, as well as a lot of DC and a number of indie books as well. There are rumors that I'm going to start making more appearances on YouTube, primarily an Omnibo's channel, but I've sworn that's not happening until every Marvel guide is completely updated. I'm still on the track to get them all updated to the most current appearance of each character in every one of them. Until then, you can catch me here on Near Mint Condition, on Evergreen streams and Marvel Solicit streams, and on my monthly Jammin' on Comics with OmniDog and our good friend Freddie.
He was on fire last night, that Peter M. He was absolutely on fire.
I was. You think I'm a hot take machine on this show sometimes? I was stuffed with hot takes.
Peter's a hot take machine.
He is a hot take machine. It was great. That was one of my favorite shows last night.
Yeah, I don't know if the next Thursday is Thanksgiving, and I'm in the I don't give a shit about the holidays right now mood. So I was gonna do a stream regardless of whether we do a Marvel stream or not. I was gonna have my friends on. I do have an AMA on Sunday at 12 p.m. Tarun Grombeck is joining me for that AMA.
I love when Tarun is on the channel
because I need a laugh, and
you
anybody else that can make me laugh as hard as her, and she volunteered to be on an AMA, and then she's gonna join me in December sometime to talk about Catwoman and things like that. So.
I'm definitely down for doing a Thanksgiving Marvel preview if you want to do it.
I don't know if we'll do a Marvel preview or if we'll just talk about something next week. We'll figure it out. Maybe we'll talk about the Free Comic Book Day comics. I don't know. As long as I'm with my friends, that's all I care about. I don't know if the Marvel previews will be ready for March of 2025 because I need to make some announcements first. But as soon as I find out, I will let people know. But,
well, I fully support you doing a stream on Thanksgiving Day. I'm with you all the way on that one.
Awesome. Hey, Toledo, you guys are Energized Rabbits comic book YouTubers. Only to Toledo. Yeah, we're 4 hours in. I think this is the longest stream I've had. Thanksgiving NMC game show. And again, I just want to thank you all for watching. Smash that like button on the way out. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of this community. And thank you for just having fun with us. Because I love doing streams like this. Yeah. It's a lot of fun to argue with my friends. I don't think I could sit here and go, I agree. Because jerking each other off, that's just bullshit. That's just like, who wants to see that? Okay, who besides Lars wants to see that?
But there's I
want to see us argue.
I was just going to say, there's just not in a place for that, certainly. Just not now. Just certainly not now.
There's enough of patting people on the back. I don't want to hear that. I want to hear people argue like true friendship. Oh, that's nonsense. It's official. Iron Man is naked inside his armor. Too hot to wear anything else inside. You swamp. Jack Fair, you did not start with Viva Peru, carajo. Come on now. How are you, Jack? Only 72 more minutes until midnight. Oh my God. Yeah. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for watching us. Smash that like button on the way out. Thank you. Have a wonderful night.
Good night. Peace and love.